Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. 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 Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Welcome to Nithyananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles, you will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us, that is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nithyananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nithyananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nithyananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of KAILASA, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nithyananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nithyananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nithyananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivoham to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nithyananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nithyananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nithyananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Durita Kshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adha Brahmanaha Dvitiya Paradhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivashvatamanmantare Ashtavimshaditame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Khande Meroho Dakshine Pashve Shakhabde अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परम शिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीत सर्वज्ञ पीत त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयष्टम शतोत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्य नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंदिता चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीत सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूदामने साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीत अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीतादीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेन पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nithyananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Uddiyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Padapidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again, bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now, place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose. Uncross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight. Visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now, stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other, parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach, and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here, where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Moola Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha. As you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra, with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you are visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Bhramari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhyasana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kanipavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock. In Parshva Mayurasana, as you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position, place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye, just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjani Asana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward. And sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjani Asana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichiyasana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward. Bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum, as you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichiyasana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up. And the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichiyasana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now, continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nithyanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasp together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space, in Matsya Pitakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pitakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nithyananda Sadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and
Scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back. So you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum, alone clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone from resting on your knees will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs,
Bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now, take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves And hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumatyasana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Udyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atma Ramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivriti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivriti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivriti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivriti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivriti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
भूमिं कर्षयेत् लङ्घलासनं भवति.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful karana, the Lolitika karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapotanitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapotanitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head. Tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly. Sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into the Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position. Bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side, and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Gorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Paramashivoham. Keep your body, your upper body, upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position. Bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Paramashivoham Mudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees in Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready, place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhu Asana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds. And relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position. And slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly Relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards and alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands, rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to us standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your inner. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out, and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now, laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly, and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now as we do Vrishasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside.
your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadambasana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees, hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down. Keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left. Lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly
Unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward, visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax around your leg. Now the leg which is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight. Palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in Swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose, Here we'll be starting the Kakachancha Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2. Now, keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now, relax down. Come back to a seated position on the floor. Keeping your legs in Padmasana, insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashamudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachancha Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Press your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the 3 bandhas. Suck in your stomach. Clench your perineum. Tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas. Just keeping the Mula Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Udyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds. And relax now. Flat onto the ground. Palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam Paravasukadam Kevalam Yanamutin Dvandvaditam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers and all the participants who's joining us live today for today's Paramashivoham program. I now request all participants to pose your experience on today's Nithyananda Yoga. I know for all of you, I had a very powerful, intense Nithyananda Yoga today where all of you did the 308 asanas with the 12 components. So I request all participants to post how was Nithyananda Yoga for all of you. I request all participants, you can take few minutes, settle down yourself, you can take some water, change your clothes as we prepare ourselves to start our day with the beautiful power manifestation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
See, so many participants joined in. Nithyanandam to all of you. Welcome all of you for another day of the Paramashivoham program. Yes. Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Jula Sila. Yes. Nithyanandam to all of you. Yes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So now, as in Nithyananda Yoga, as right now, the whole 2.5 hours, all of us experience intense communion with the divine. Yes. Ma Tanja Gavya, Nithyananda Ma, welcome you for the Paramashivoham program. So now, as Swamiji says, Nithyananda Yoga is what? Divine uniting with you. Divine coming into you. It is not about you experiencing divine, but the divine coming to you and you become divine. In that space, to understand throughout the Yoga, we kept on chanting the japas, the repetitions, the visualizations, the whole 12 components Swamiji is beautifully designed such a way that you can experience the best of the best. So right now, all of us are experiencing, all of us have so much of energy within ourselves. Now, that energy, how can we enjoy? How can we cherish it? How can we utilize it? Right after it and yoga, doing the power manifestation will help us to enjoy that energy. As, let's take an ice. When it is solidified for a long time, it becomes a spatika, a crystal, like your Atmalingam. Same way, the experience of oneness that you have, by doing the power manifestation, it solidifies the experience. It solidifies the oneness experience. Therefore, you start manifesting the life you want. So, as the first power, Swamiji has initiated all of us into the power of third reading. So, we are going to be entering into the power manifestation now. So, let's now listen to the Shastra Pramana of this power, the scriptural reference of this power of third reading, where Paramashiva says very beautifully in the Vijnana Bhairava Sutra 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtannilitalochanaha ramena vadasodardhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says very beautiful. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having the vision beyond the sight. That reveals any object or place. Attain the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Atma Pramana, where our Vedic rishis, their experiences, various incarnations, their experiences on the science of power manifestation. This Atma Pramana for the power of the other reading is taken from the Vijnana Bhaiva Tantra. It's taken from the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, chapter 11, verse 8, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna beautifully says to Arjuna, Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says very beautifully to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. Understand? The whole 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita contains a detailed description of Bhagavan Shri Krishna's cosmic form, the Vishwarupa Darshan, as Arjuna sees him through his third eye. Next is the Atma Pramana, Swamiji's own experience on the science of power manifestation. Thus, Swamiji says very beautifully in his own words, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree vision, the 10 directions below me, everything. I realized not only was able to see, I was able to feel and experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carried me equally. In both, I exist equally. The air, the breeze, the setting sun, the rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea that something is inside and something was outside was completely lost. First, I was able to see all the 10 directions, the 360-degree vision, and the next moment itself, I realized that I not only was able to see, I was able to experience all of that as me. So understand, when Swamiji was experiencing the 360-degree vision, Swamiji was able to see everything around him. Not just that, he was able to feel him. He was able to feel everything was part of him. He felt himself in everything. So now, with this beautiful understanding we get from the Swamiji's own words and for the pramanas, let's now enter into the power manifestation. So now I request all participants now, I request you to get mindful. If you have an iPad, you can use the iPad, or if you do not have an iPad, you can use a cloth, and preferably a dark color cloth. And I request all of you to tie your eyes.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
And I request all participants to close their eyes. Ma Anandeshri, Ma Tanja Gavya, Ma Julie Sila, request all of you to please tie your eyes with the iPad.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, I request all participants now. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Connect to Swamiji. In whatever form you feel complete with him, in whatever form you relate with him, connect to him.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda
I request all participants now in that beautiful space. Slowly start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, I request all participants now to have the book and a pencil, pen or pencil with you. Draw whatever Swamiji is showing. I request all participants now. We have been projecting an image for all of you. I request all of you to scan, identify what the drawing is, identify whether the image is half complete or not. I request all participants now will be specifically manifesting where we'll be connecting all the dots to make an image. So I request all participants now to close their eyes. I request all of you to chant the Mahavakya and ask Swamiji to reveal you the exact picture which is being projected for all of you on the screen. Because all participants know whatever Swamiji is showing you, just start drawing. Is Swamiji showing you a line or Swamiji showing you a circle? Whatever Swamiji is showing you, exactly like that, draw it in your paper. Is all of you to start chanting the Mahavakya.
Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahavakya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavakya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Mahavakya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes.
Paramashivoham
And I request all participants now, slowly open your eyes. And request all of you now to post whatever Swamiji is showing for all of you. Whether Swamiji showed you the images of it, or the details of the image, or Swamiji showed exact. Understand this one, all the participants, all of you just manifesting forward. A picture is being projected for all of you, where all of you will be drawing the connected image. Basically, you'll be connecting the dots to your third eye. So now request all participants to post Manandeshri, Matanja Debya. Request all participants to post what did Swamiji show for all of you.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Yes. Majuli Sala, Manandeshri, request all of you to come and post more. What did Swamiji show for all of you? Nice to hear from all of you. Matanja Devya, because you two also to post. What is Swamiji showing you, Ma? And all the participants and all the viewers who was watching us live through the YouTube, also request all of you also to post whatever Swamiji has revealed to you. Okay. So let us now verify the answers. So for all the participants, so the picture which I was projecting for all of you to connect the dots and so that Swamiji can show you the actual image was a picture of image of a dog. So you can see over here, it's a half finished drawing of a dog. So if all the participants, you see something like if you've seen an animal or if you've seen a dog or if Swamiji showed you the color of it also, yes, you have manifested. Yes. So that request all participants, let's now manifest one more round of this power. So request all of you now to tie your eyes.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Because all of you tie your eyes.
Paramashivoham
Continue. Slowly start chanting the Mahavakya. Connect Swamiji.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
So now a picture is being projected for all of you, and I request all participants now to scan what the image is about. What is the exact picture which is being projected for all of you, where all of you need to scan and reveal what the image is about. So I request all participants now to start drawing whatever Swamiji is showing to you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Because all of you now to continue chanting the Mahavakya, ask Swamiji to reveal you what is this image which is being projected, which I need to complete the drawing.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes.
Paramashivoham.
And I request all participants now to slowly open your eyes and post whatever Swamiji is showing for all of you. Whatever all of you have written, drawn in your papers. And because all of you now to post in the chat section. Manandeshwari, Julie Silla. Because all of you to post what is Swamiji showed, that's fine, ma. If Swamiji showed you shapes also, do not worry. Exactly how Swamiji showed. Like Swamiji showed the colors, or the shape, or the line drawing of the image, or the exact image itself with colors. What is Swamiji showing you? Exactly let it post it down in the chat section.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So, let's verify the answer. So, the image which I was projecting for all of you was an image of a peacock. It's a peacock feather. So, you can see over here, it's a beautiful drawing of a peacock feather. Once you connect all the dots, you get a picture of a peacock. So, now, we'll be entering into one of the most important sessions for the day. All of us want to manifest our reality. We want to do many things at a time. For example, we always say that we do not have enough time to do what we want. I have so much of work in my office. And then when I come back to the home, I rest for a day. I do not have time to manifest. I do not have time to do whatever I want. Swamiji says very beautifully that you can manifest time in your life. You can stretch time for yourself. How? In Hinduism, time is not just limited to numbers. It is a unit by itself. By connecting with that unit, you can expand time and go beyond the time. Let us now listen on this ultimate truth from Swamiji on the truths of Kala Tattva, which speaks what is time.
Nithyananda, everyone. Welcome to the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Welcome to the day 14 of the Paramashivoham Level-1 program. And I hope all of you have enjoyed the yoga session and the power manifestation session of Third Eye. Now, we'll be entering into the Jnana sessions. Let us start with the Sadguru Vandanam. All of you, please sit straight with the Atmanjali Mudra and chant along with me. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyananda, everyone. Today we are going to learn about the Kundalini Shakti Spurana, flowering in the energy, the Kundalini Shakti. It's one of the very important topic. Swamiji said one thing, whatever you do, all the program that he has conducted, 1-day program to 21-day program to 43 months program to everything, permanent resident, every program that he conducted is aimed to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in us. So what is that Kundalini Shakti and why we need to study about it and how to experience that? How to experience that? Today, we are going to learn so many techniques and powerful cognitions about what is Kundalini Shakti and deeper secrets of Kundalini Shakti, how to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. And Kundalini is actually a miracle and a science. It is a miracle, but it's a science. It is applicable, possible for everyone. To awaken the Kundalini Shakti is for everyone. And Kundalini awakening actually is your decision. And what is this Kundalini current and some techniques, straight techniques to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. There's so many other topics that we are going to learn today. See, Kundalini Shakti known in many names. The universal energy. You can call it as a universal energy. And it is a mother energy. The mother represents as Kundalini Shakti, the great cosmic mother, or the creative force of the universe. But the simple truth is, Kundalini is the highest potential of every individual. It is there for everyone of us. It is the ultimate expression of creative genius. And it is the greatest possibility. It is the greatest possibility of each individual's inner awakening. But it is dormant. It's latent. Because of our own created patterns, the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial patterns that we entertain. The Kundalini is always rising. It is like an unending fountain of energy, but on the fountain, we put a big block on top of it. It is there, it never ends. But the block, we put it. That block is our self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, and so many patterns, like a rock sitting on fountain of energy. And it is there, but we are not able to use it. Today, we'll be learning the details about the Kundalini Shakti and how to awaken that latent potential energy, whether you're a small boy, girl, very young girl, to oldest person, to sick person, to healthy person, to male, female, whichever country, if you're a human being, you have the infinite energy called Kundalini is in you. It is sleeping Kundalini, is a metaphor for the unawakened potential inside us. And without first awakening the Kundalini, it is impossible to awaken the individual consciousness, which we call in Sanskrit the Pratyagatma Chaitanya. Pratyagatma Chaitanya. The awakening of Kundalini opens you up to the greater reality, greater possibilities, which exist beyond your limited understanding. All the great athletes, any people who achieved great things, they have achieved because they tap this Kundalini Shakti in that direction. It Kundalini Shakti empowers you to harness the cosmic powers to live more complete, fulfilled, and blissful lives. And it marks the race of passage for the humans to evolve into the divine. Once this is awakened, a limited self becomes infinite self, a human self to the divine self. In Sanskrit, kunda, meaning a concave cavity in which the brain, resembling a coiled and sleeping serpent, nested. The word Kundalini refers to the Shakti or power when it is in dormant potential state. And when it is awakened, man enjoys divinity, the actual communion between the two great forces within all beings, communion between Shiva and Shakti. Your life will never be the same once the Kundalini is awakened. Once activated or awakened through initiation by an enlightened master, this Kundalini Shakti leads to extraordinary experiences and enlightened lifestyle. How to awaken this Kundalini Shakti? Awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. Let's listen.
Aphorism, 46th meditation technique by Shiva. It's a very powerful technique to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. Traditionally, the word Kundalini Shakti is used to mean an extraordinary potential energy which is hidden in every human body. Understand? Animals may have body, but they do not have Kundalini Shakti. The only difference between you and the animal is this potential energy. Maybe if I have to use more words, Kundalini Shakti is something like a possibility for becoming enlightened. The possibility to become enlightened. The possibility to become a different human being, different conscious being, is there only in human beings. Animals may have same body, may look like intelligent, but they do not have the possibility, the potentiality to become enlightened, to be a different human beings, to be a different conscious beings. The Kundalini Shakti is a energy which resides in every one of you. If it can be awakened, it will take you to a different plane of consciousness, different plane of existence. Understand? All the enlightened masters on the planet Earth are again and again saying, the life is ecstasy, life is joy, life is bliss, life is just shining. And there is a beautiful saying by a great master, whatever happens is auspicious, Mangala, Shivam. In Sanskrit, the word Shivam means auspiciousness. They say whatever is happening is auspicious. But for us, it doesn't look like that. If you watch CNN for a few minutes, you will understand. No. Whatever is happening is not auspicious. But again and again, enlightened masters are saying, whatever is happening is auspicious, Mangala, Shivam. Why? Why they are saying again and again? People ask me, what is this, Swamiji? If they see the CNN for 10 minutes, they will understand. Whatever is happening is not auspicious. If they listen to the news, they will understand. But even after listening to the news every day, seeing everything, I do feel whatever is happening is auspicious. What to do? Very difficult. A logical man cannot understand, cannot relate with what I am saying. But heart of heart, I feel very strongly, whatever is happening is auspicious. Shiva. The word Shiva means, in Sanskrit, causeless auspiciousness. Whatever happens in your life, even if the best thing happens, you can always think, it could have been little better. It could have been little better. Or whatever worst thing happens, you can always say, oh, at least this much I am saved. It is up to you to feel whether things are auspicious or inauspicious. In the planet Earth, only two kinds of human beings are there. People who feel everything is inauspicious. We need some correction. We need some alteration. We need some further development. We need to remodel. There are some people who feel everything happening is auspicious. Person who feels whatever is happening is inauspicious is a materialistic. He believes in matter, correction, doing, remodeling, changing, altering. Person who believes whatever is happening is auspicious is a spiritualist. Believes in the intelligence of the cosmos, the whole. He is very clear. The whole is much more intelligent than part, me. If you think the whole is not more intelligent than you, you are materialistic, egoistic. If you think the whole is much more intelligent than me, you are spiritualist. Over. The whole world can be classified just with these two categories. If you feel whatever is happening is auspicious, you are a spiritual person. A small story. After a powerful sermon on the charity, the priest sends his hat for a rounds, for a collection. The hat goes round, comes back as empty as it was sent. He took his hat and said, "Oh God, at least the hat came back." Understand? He is intelligent. He is really intelligent. He is able to think whatever is happening is auspicious. Whatever is happening is best. You can either think whatever is happening is inauspicious, or you can realize whatever is happening is auspicious. Why? Enlightened beings are constantly feeling whatever is happening is auspicious. It is just because of the Kundalini Shakti. Once this Kundalini energy awakens in you, you will feel so much of energy in your body, you will not be able to complain about anybody. Understand? You will complain about anything or any person or any incident only when you are in low mood. Means your usual mood. You will not be able to complain, criticize, or feel disappointed about any person or anybody if your body is overflowing, bubbling with energy. You feeling whatever is happening is auspicious or inauspicious is directly connected to your energy level. At some time, if you get the glimpse of that high energy, by some method, sometimes people get into that high energy without even knowing. Maybe if they go to some high energy places, or if they are really relaxed, they get into that high mood. Suddenly those few moments or few hours, you feel you are so fulfilled. Nothing is wrong in the planet Earth. You will feel everything is going the best way. If you have had this glimpse, this moment in your life even once, you can be called as a spiritual seeker. Sometimes, even while seeing the sunset, suddenly you feel the whole thing is settled in you. And you think, God, everything is beautiful. Things are happening. It's okay. Suddenly, some mood, you are silent, you are relaxed, you are filled with energy, and you see whatever is happening is auspicious. There is only two planes of existence. One, the plane of normal human beings. Whatever is happening needs to be altered. Anything they cannot say, I really like that person, but they can't stop, they can't end a sentence without that but. Without that but, they can't end any sentence. They cannot make a statement without that but, there ends. If you are using that word but or this, then you are a human being. There's another one kind of existence. Whatever happens, he is not bothered at all. In Gita, Krishna says, Samachitta. It does not mean he is not compassionate. Understand? A person who is balanced does not mean he is not compassionate or he doesn't suffer, seeing others struggle, others suffering. He tries only to remove others' suffering instead of he is suffering with them. People ask me, Swamiji, if you are not disturbed by others' suffering, how can the world run? I tell you, no, you are understanding very wrongly. You are not supposed to start suffering by seeing others suffering. You are supposed to remove their suffering. If you also start suffering, what will happen? If you also start suffering, what will happen? Nothing will happen. You will add more suffering, that's all. Earlier we had 20 people suffering on the planet Earth, now 21 people are suffering, that's all. That is not the thing we need. One person came to me and asked, Swamiji, I have wealth, I feel the suffering of poverty. Shall I share all my wealth and distribute to all the poor people? I told, if you do that, now we may have 20 poor people. After you do that, we will have 21 poor people. That's all. That is not the way. Understand? Do not try to bring you down to that poverty. Try to bring them up to that richness. There's a two different things. Feeling imbalance, getting disturbed is not directly going to help. It is not directly going to help. First thing, you need to feel completely overflowing. Whatever is happening is auspicious. In the auspicious energy, let there be one more auspicious wave to bring the people up. Can be the idea or can be the understanding. The person whose Kundalini is not awakened, whose Kundalini Shakti is not become alive, in Sanskrit we call Kundalini Jagrata, the higher consciousness awakening. If it has not happened in you, whatever is happening inside and outside you will be inauspicious. If that awakening happens, whatever is happening inside and outside you will be auspicious. I have seen human beings smiling at their death, at the point of death, at the moment of death. I have seen personally. For them, whatever is happening is auspicious. Awakening of the Kundalini, awakening of the potential energy in you will take you to a different plane of consciousness. Here Shiva is giving us the technique, a beautiful technique to achieve the same state of Kala, Shiva. The sutra says, Bhave Shivaha, means let you achieve the state of Shiva. These sutras, these aphorisms were delivered by Shiva 10,000 years ago. In those sutras, he says very clearly, through this method, by awakening the Kundalini, let you achieve the same consciousness of mind. Understand? He is not saying, let you all worship me. No. He is saying, let you be me. Let you be me. Worshipping him should be just an inspiration to become him. Should be just an inspiration to become him. It is only an inspiration to realize his consciousness, his space. Here Shiva is giving very powerful technique to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. One request, do not try this technique in the home. It's a very powerful technique. It should be done only with the presence of an enlightened being, with the direct guidance of enlightened being, because it can straight away awaken your Kundalini. See, actually, even if you do it in the home, nothing wrong will happen. But you will not have that constant reassurance. Just because of your fear, you will create problem for you and the people who are around you. No spiritual experience can do anything bad to you. Understand? Sometimes people come and tell me, Swamiji, I am over energy, I am afraid. There is no such thing as over energy. Over energy will do only more good, that's all. And never bother about this over energy. This over energy is just a fear. They are afraid. That is why they call all this over energy, all this drama. There's a beautiful story. Once Ramakrishna asked Vivekananda, if you see the ocean of nectar, how will you drink? What will you do? Vivekananda says, I'll sit in one corner like a small bee and drink sip by sip. Ramakrishna says, fool, why? Why don't you just drop yourself into that? Why don't you fall into that ocean? Nithyananda says, no, I may die. Ramakrishna then says, beautifully, fool, it's the ocean of nectar, immortality. How will you die in that? It is ocean of nectar. The moment you fall, drop yourself into that, even if little bit gas inside your mouth, you are already immortal. How can you die? You can't die by dropping yourself into the ocean of nectar. Same way, you can't have some negative things by over energy. Over energy can be only more positive and more good. How can that be anyway negative? No. It can only do more good to you, more positive things. But at the initial level, you may not be able to strongly feel this and be reassured. When you get some experience, you will start creating more trouble for you and others. And I will be receiving email. And just for that reason, I am telling you, don't do it in the house. Otherwise, this will not create any danger. It's a very powerful method of awakening the Kundalini using your whole body and the sound. Understand, he is teaching a powerful method to bring your whole body to alive. He is asking you to contract the rectum and stop the ears. Means he is directly asking you to work on the Muladhara chakra, the root center, and awaken all your centers. The root center is at the end of the spinal cord. End of the spinal cord, your base center, base chakra, Muladhara chakra is there. He is straight away giving a technique to awaken. The Kundalini Shakti is also there only. The Kundalini Shakti is in that Muladhara chakra. That is where the Kundalini Shakti is there. He is straight away asking you to awaken that center, to bring the Kundalini Shakti up. Very powerful technique. Let's understand few things about why he is asking us to contract the rectum and awaken. This is called Ashwini Mudra in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, we call this as Ashwini Mudra. Why he is asking us to do this technique and how it can awaken the Kundalini Shakti. Understand? Your fear is directly connected to your life energy. Here, Shiva is neither using fear nor using greed to flood you with energy. He is using meditation. There are three methods through which you can flood your system with energy: fear, greed, meditation. The problem with flooding your system through fear and greed, it will tire your system. So Shiva is giving us a powerful technique to awaken, flood your system with energy, neither through fear nor through greed. Because by fear or greed, if you flood your system with energy, You can flood, but soon your system will become tired. You can see after a fear stroke, anxiety attack, you are tired. After a lust stroke, a sexual act, you are tired. Both can drain your energy, can make you insensitive, can make you dull. It can depress your system. But flooding your system through meditation technique, flooding your system with energy through meditation will only raise you to the higher and higher and higher levels. The technique which Shiva is giving now will lead you to the deeper depths, deeper levels of energy, experiencing consciousness by awakening your Kundalini. So, you experience same glimpse of Kundalini only when you are attacked by fear and greed. But one glimpse, and second thing, wrong method, which can tire your body, which can exhaust your system, through which the aging process will be quickened. If your system is flooded with energy through meditation, the aging process will not be quickened. And second thing, your mind also will be ready to live long. Not just the body. Not just the body. Your mind also will be ready to live long.
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. Now, so what is your understanding so far? Quickly post your understanding. We'll be moving on to the power manifestation. Yes. So let's start the power manifestation. You can post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Quickly post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. We are going to manifest the power of levitation with the Kundalini awakening. We are going to experience the power of levitation. For that, you need to sit cross-legged. The recommended position is Padmasana, the lotus posture. The right feet on the left thigh, left feet on the right thigh. So sit on the lotus posture. If you cannot sit on the lotus posture, you can sit in Padmasana. You can sit in cross-legged. Then Your hands lock like this. It's called Samana Mudra, and put it in the lap. So basically, your legs are locked, hands are locked, and your head, neck, back straight line. With this position, please sit and visualize. Are you able to, and make sure you sit down and make sure you have cushion underneath. Sit on a cushion and make sure you don't have any sharp objects around. Just make yourself comfortable. Throughout the day, we'll be doing this meditation, this power manifestation. So make sure you sit comfortably. If you cannot sit down, only you sit in the chair. But recommended position, sitting down, and sit with legs and your hands locked. Are you all ready? Yes. Now, visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. And bring in restful awareness. With the restful awareness, visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye with the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva in the human form, and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your third eye and awaken, raise your Kundalini Shakti and raise your consciousness. With this clear context, visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring in your awareness back to your third eye again and again. And with this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare to levitate, lift off the ground. So start chanting the Mahavakya.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam, everyone. Can you all share your power manifestation experience? Like, how did you feel? You felt like some sensations, or you felt like weightless and lift off the ground, or you felt heaviness? Whatever you felt, please share it in the chat. I say she feels her body shakes a bit. Yeah, that's a power manifestation. My eyes, that's a power manifestation of levitation. That's the purpose of it. Meaning your Kundalini is awakened. So that's why your body is shaking. Wonderful. Masia, by E. Okay. So what is Kundalini Shakti? Let's see a short clip of what is Kundalini Shakti. I see some comments. So wait. Sia says a bit. All right. So that's how it starts. That's how it starts. Kundalini Awaken. That's beautiful. Now, what is Kundalini Shakti? A very short clip. Let's learn.
Here is a question. What is Kundalini Shakti? I described the energy which makes you experience the presence without anybody present, which is in you, is Kundalini Shakti. I can give you thousands of definitions. Inner potential energy. I can roughly equate what you call as junk DNA or mitochondria cell energy. All these things can be roughly equated. When the Kundalini awakens, the junk DNA is awakened and the mitochondria cell energy is awakened. Because of the effect, this can be equated, but mitochondria and junk DNA is not alone is Kundalini. Kundalini is something more than mitochondria and junk DNA. But when the Kundalini is awakened, mitochondria and junk DNA is also awakened. What scientists call as junk DNA, but I wanted to call as divine DNA. Because that is the major part of you. Major part of you. So, Kundalini is a inner potential bioenergy. When it is awakened, makes you feel the presence, pure presence without anybody present.
So what is Kundalini Shakti? What is your understanding so far? You can post it. All right, so let's continue. There is so much that happens once the Kundalini Shakti awakens. Life becomes totally different. Life is never the same once we start experiencing the Kundalini awakening. There are thousands of methods to awaken the Kundalini, and people do follow, but most safest is by and sweetest is by awakening by getting the initiation from the avatar. That means awakening the Kundalini by the initiation from the avatar, from the enlightened master. This Kundalini, once activated through initiation by an enlightened master, this Kundalini Shakti leads to extraordinary experiences and enlightened lifestyle. When you awaken your Kundalini Shakti with the right knowledge, the right context, and right understanding and right technique, and the right process, it can give you anything you want, from health, wealth, relationships, everything that you want from this life. It can give you anything that you want. Now, awakening with the initiation. What is Kundalini Shakti? Now, let us learn from the compilation of Swamiji's earliest talks about the Kundalini awakening, compilation of various satsangs from Swamiji's earliest talks. Let's understand.
Excites you again and again and again. That is the path for your enlightenment. So make sure just being the Upanishad excites you again and again and again. That is your sadhana. Upanishad, just sitting. You can't talk too much about silence. You can only live. You can't say too much about Upanishad. You can only be. So take this as today's message. Just be Upanishad. Here it is Himalayas. be with his Ganga, be with the master. You have Murti, Tirtha, Sthala, all the three. That is Tirtha, Sthala is Himalayas, Murti is master. You have all the three. Experience enlightenment, achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. Yesterday I was given a question from a satsang center. The question is, basically a devotee is asking, do you initiate only the people who are sitting live with you, directly watching the satsang, or people like us who can't watch directly, who can watch only through the YouTube, the recorded discourse later on? Do you initiate us also, who watch the discourses later on, through the YouTube, through the recording? I wanted them to know, please understand, the initiation happens whenever you melt down with a deep trust and feeling connection with the master. When you melt down with a trust and deep connection, you are sitting live with me. You are coming alive with me. I am coming alive with you. Please understand. Here I am making an important statement. A sincere seeker, a sincere disciple, when he sits with a deep, melting, relaxed mood with the master, not only master comes alive with the disciple, disciple also comes alive with the master. Please understand. Not only disciple feels fulfilled, master also feels fulfilled. When a sincere seeker melts down in the deep trust and relaxes, the transmission of the lamp happens automatically. If you are sitting with a deep trust and a relaxed mood, understand, I am alive with you, you are alive with me. When a sincere seeker sits around me, not only he is fulfilled, I am also fulfilled. My mission is getting fulfilled. Sincere seeker, when you sit around me, I don't even expect you to do puja to me or meditate or do any rituals. Just if you sit around me, not only you are fulfilled, you are feeling the fulfillment. I am also feeling the fulfillment. When a sincere seekers come and sit with me, I am also happy. A sincere seeker deeply fulfills the master. When you melt down and sit with a deep trust, the connection happens, the initiation happens, the transmission of lamp happens. But one thing, if you have the habit of coming and sitting in the morning satsang, not only the initiation will happen, you will practice these techniques systematically, and the next evolving will be more easy. See, there are so many instructions and understandings which I add continuously every day. If you are watching the recorded discourse in YouTube, you will not be watching in proper time. Today's session you may watch tomorrow, and yesterday's session you may watch day after tomorrow. The timing may not be proper. So only those difficulties should be avoided. If you are watching the recorded discourse in YouTube, decide every day you will sit only at particular time. Watch only the last day, yesterday's discourse. That's it. So have that habit of maintaining that continuity. Don't change the dates and time of the discourses. If you have the continuity, you will have the same effect of watching the live NTV. When a sincere seeker sits with the master, thousands of things happen in their system. Upanishad completely awakens your inner being, the inner self. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 160th Sutra, in 3rd chapter, 10th verse, subject is Upanishad. Sutra is Tasya Prashanta Vahita Sanskarat. Tasya Prashanta Vahita Sanskarat. I wanted to translate the sutra and express my experience. Please understand. Till the last sutra, Patanjali was talking on Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, Samyama. And he was teaching us how to be in a space between thoughts. Nirodha Parinama, the thoughtless space. Now he is teaching how to establish yourself in that thoughtless space. Yesterday I spoke how to experience thoughtless space. When you sit with a deep trust with the master and listen to him, listen from him, there is gap between thoughts and you are something beyond thoughts. That relaxed sitting, Upanishad, a deep sitting with a receptive mood and a deep trust and feeling connection, gives you the experience of Nirodha Parinama, the space between thoughts. Experience between thoughts. Now I am saying, sitting again and again with master in deep trust makes you established in that space. Please understand. Sitting again and again in a deep trust, with a deep feeling connection, in the restful awareness with the master, establishes you in the thoughtless space, cloudless sky. Somebody has asked me, There's one more question. What is it that is really working for the seeker? Is it self-effort or Guru's grace? This is one of the important problems seekers face in their life. Is it Guru's grace or self-effort? If it is self-effort, why do we need Guru? If it is Guru's grace, why should we do any self-effort? I am solving this paradox, this problem once for all. Understand, you need to have self-effort to be in Guru's grace. You need to have Guru's grace to have self-effort. Both are not contradictory. When you catch Guru's grace, put your self-effort to be in that grace. Avoid all the negative talks, negativity about the master and you. When you have the Guru's grace, take the inspiration from him and start the self-effort. When you have the self-effort, put the effort to be in Guru's grace. When you have Guru's grace, use that grace to create self-effort. You need to have self-effort to sit in Guru's grace, to be soaked in Guru's grace every day. The last sutra, Patanjali says, how to experience Nirodha Parinama. Means the dimension of thoughtless space. A beautiful word, Nirodha Parinama. The dimension of you in which you are thoughtless. The space in which you are thoughtless. How to experience that? Experience happens when you sit in a deep trust with the master. In this sutra, today Patanjali is explaining how to retain that state, that space of Nirodha Parinama. Soak yourself in that space again and again and again. Try to sit in that space of deep, restful awareness, deep feeling connection with a deep trust, again and again and again, as much as you can. Let your whole body be soaked into that pure experience, pure space. Sit as much as possible, as many times as possible, in unclutched mood, receptive mood in Master's presence. Second, if you are not able to sit in the Master's presence, even if there are 7 people who are experiencing Kundalini experience, the levitation, if you sit at least with that group, where at least 7 people are levitating, that group itself will have the collective consciousness, the Master's presence. Please understand. If 7 people are experiencing Kundalini experience, levitation in your satsang center, be very clear, you have my presence completely. Because usually, if 7 people are experiencing that levitation, all different energies related to 7 chakras are active in that space. So today, this sutra, Tasya Prashanta Vahita Samskarat, Tasya Prasanta Vahita Samskarat. This space Nirodha Parinama becomes eternal in you when you become steady and soak in the same master's presence where the thoughtless space is happening again and again. Just like if you put the cotton into the honey bowl and leave it, how the cotton gets completely soaked in honey, almost becomes one. Same way, put yourself in the master's presence. Soak yourself in the master's presence. And soaking yourself in the master's presence will automatically, naturally make yourself established in Nirodha Parinama. No mind state, no mind space. Guru's grace and self-effort is not paradox. Sit in the restful awareness, unclutched move, the deep trust and feeling connection with the master. In Upanishad, as much as possible, as long as possible, as many times as possible. I can give you one more tip. Every night before falling asleep, at least listen 10 minutes to some of my discourse. In a deep, restful awareness, in a relaxed way, listen and just fall asleep. You will see, whole night you are not just in ordinary sleeping mood, you are in Upanishad. Whole night you will be in Upanishad. The highly elevated consciousness. Sit again and again and again in the deep, restful awareness, feeling connected to the master. This will not only make you experience Nirodha Parinama, it will settle the Nirodha Parinama in your system. Your system will be established in thoughtless space. Incarnation is a huge river, but during the rainy season itself, make a small canal and make a tank inside your own land. Make a canal and make a tank inside your land, so that for some reason the river dries up or you are not able to access the river, you have water source. Of course, I am going to be in the body for a long time. That is true. But who knows, you are going to be in the body and around me. So the moment you have the connection, you have the time, opportunity, establish yourself. That is the reason I insist on this morning sadhana. creating intense yogic body, an intense Vedic mind. Even if you are not there tomorrow here, you should not feel that you lost one day. The best thing you can achieve in one day, you achieve it by the morning sadhana. So your accounts is clear. No, I have not lost anything. So imbibe, fill yourself with that energy through the practice. So you don't feel you lost time, you wasted time, even if you are not around me. It's a very important problem Patanjali is analyzing. Very important problem. Then Bhagavatakara very beautifully says, it's true what Bhagavatakara says. See the Yadava community. The Abhayam, Saranam, Aishwaryam. In that three they are lost. But the moment Krishna left the body, they are not able to tolerate themselves and their life. And practically, they killed each other so that the others won't suffer. You see, the killing did not happen out of enmity. It's almost like a mercy killing. You kill me, I kill you, let us die. It is like a mass suicide. That's what exactly happened. A mass suicide. Because without the master's physical presence, they do not know what to do. His physical presence is so enchanting and charismatic. Any depression, just get 2 minutes around him, it disappears. Because of that, you take depression very lightly. And you are not centering yourself so that you can live handling all these possible distractions and depressions in future. Understand? This is the only thing which can go wrong around the master. Let that not happen in your life. Save yourself. Let you not be the person to experience that wrong in your life. The only way is practice. Morning 5, whatever it may be there in the Akada for yoga. And bend your body, twist your body, prepare it for the Kundalini Awakening. Then, sitting in the presence and receiving this intense bliss dose for the day. This should become part of the life for all the people, all our devotees and disciples around the world. One session a day, one sadhana session a day. One sadhana session means morning. Of course, if not in the morning, for other countries, in the evening. Because many country people are saying that they are able to watch live in the evening. So keep evening. The heavy yoga to create yogic body and Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Sit in a complete unclutched, feeling connected way. Unclutched from what is outer world, feeling connected with what is inner. Sit. That is what I can say as Upanishad, the ultimate sitting. Just unclutching or just feeling connected is only two different parts. Unclutching from the unnecessary things, feeling connected to the highest possibility. This is what I call Upanishad. Upanishad is more deeper than Zazen. In Zazen, you sit unclutched. In Upanishad, you meld also with the feeling connection. Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the Anahata Dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. The master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space, lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening. It is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye, listen through the third eye, and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates. And those ripples and emotions and experiences, where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by Jai Krishnamurti, God Himself. Just yesterday, I was reading an article, Stephen Hawking taking on God. He says, God has not created the world. Very beautifully he describes. It's a spontaneous happening. Amazing way is described. And all of you may be aware of Stephen Hawking, who wrote Brief History of Time. If I'm asked, I'll keep the book in the standard of Nyaya Sutras and Vaisheshika Sutras. After the Ganana and Gautama, nobody is able to penetrate to the depth of the truths of time like Stephen Hawking. Even yesterday, what he revealed, this is the word I want to use, not what he wrote, revealed. Because I feel he's Rishi. He should be kept in the category of Rishi. If he was in India, we would have worshipped him as a Rishi and respected him as a Rishi. What he revealed, no Vedic master will oppose. Because the clarity on what is God, even if he does not agree with our clarity, we will have patience. Can you spend a little more time with us explaining? Can you elaborate to make our logic catch up with you? You'll be surprised, in the whole Vedic tradition, we have only something called Prasna Uttara, question and answer. When Buddha comes, ready to take everybody one step further, all the Brahmanas, the Vedic priests, drop their Shrukshrua, Homas, Yajnas, go and sit at the feet of Buddha and evolve. When Shankara comes and ready to take people one step higher than the Buddha, all the Buddhists, they drop everything and go and sit at the feet of Shankara. When Nagarjuna comes from the Buddhist tradition and ready to take everybody one step higher than Shankara, all the Shankarites drop their danda and everything, go and sit at the feet of Nagarjuna. The greatness of Vedic tradition. Ready, always ready to listen, listen, listen. Whoever takes us one step further, ready to surrender, ready to go behind, ready to experiment, the most scientific tradition. Masters of holistic living. An amazing revelation. What he revealed is exactly what Upanishads describe. A spontaneous, independent, intelligent happening. He bases his whole creation on a certain law, which is beyond law. No Vedic master will oppose Stephen, because that is exactly the truth. Maybe Stephen needs one last push to experience that inside him. What has happened in him as a revelation, if it becomes experience, he will write few more things. he can complete all his revelations. He can make a real last statement like Zen masters. I tell you, just a simple understanding there is a gap between your thoughts and this truth, when it is heard in such close space from a person whom you trust and who has no vested interest, something happens in you. I tell you, even at this moment, thousands of you are sitting with me in the closed space. Understand? Closed space does not mean you alone sitting with me. You sitting with me intimately. There is some space between you and me which nobody is allowed. Where nobody else is allowed. Those few moments only you cherish with me. That space nobody else has with me. If you are sitting with that feeling, please understand you are sitting with me alone. Sitting with me alone does not mean there should not be any other person next to you. It means the deepest possible intimacy, the deepest possible feeling connection exists between you and me. You know, even though there are so many people sitting next to me, there is something between me and him which is deeper than anybody else, anything I know. Understand? I'll explain this science because it's a very important science to experience truth, the Upanishad. If you feel the connection with the master is the deepest connection you experience than any other relationship you experience in your life, you will experience that what I am saying, sitting with the master all by yourself. You may be sitting with thousands, but you are sitting with me alone, the banks of Manasarovar, or in Kailash. There's no other person. If you have experienced a space, the relationship and the connection with the master is the deepest than any other relationship you have or had in your life. Understand? You know what I'm saying. Now you may be sitting with any number of people, but you know you are sitting with me alone. Because all other relationships become immaterial. They do not hold any more power over you. They do not hold any more space over you. In that mood, any truth transmitted not only will be the honest truth, that will straight away give you the experience. That is why I am telling you, the traditions which misses this great bhakti, love, will always tell you words are ultimate because they cannot take you beyond words. the traditions which understands this guru-disciple relationship not only will accept, will be able to take you beyond words. Because to take you beyond words, you need to relax in certain space. You need to know, by me teaching this great truth to you, I have nothing to gain and you have nothing to lose. See, when I was sitting with Ram Surat Kumar, if he is going to say, word is ultimate or there is something much more than words, whatever his response will be, I know he has no vested interest. He is going to tell the truth just for my sake. He has nothing to gain, I have nothing to lose. It is only the honesty, the integrity. Krishna says very clearly, knowing the quality of my inner space, let you be liberated. You will be liberated. So knowing the secrets of my superconsciousness is not like knowing my glory. No, you can never know. It is only a method to liberate yourself. Method to liberate yourself. Technique to liberate yourself. Unfortunately, the secrets to superconsciousness can't be revealed much by the words, maybe. It can be revealed through the presence or the Upanishad. Today's subject is Awaken your extrasensory powers through super DNA. I'll share few insights about super DNA from the modern day rishis, scientists, and some of the scriptural quotations from ancient rishis. Shastra Pramana means truths revealed by the ancient and modern rishis, and scientists. And Atma Pramana, my own experience about these revelations, so that it can become Apta Pramana, experience of the masters for you. Here is a discovery from dailygalaxy.com, the website. So many scientists contribute to that website. DNA has been found to have a bizarre activity to put itself together, even at a distance, when according to known science, it should not be able to. I'll explain how the teleporting, telepathy, all these things are possible. It is just because of this truth. DNA has been found to have bizarre ability to put itself together, even at a distance, when according to known science, it should not be able to. Science is yet to catch up with teleporting and telepathy and all that. Scientists Gresna and France found out the DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. Please understand the new word, wormholes. Wormholes are tunnels like connections between areas in universe through which DNA attracts bits of information outside time and space and passes them on to our consciousness. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Let me add my own experience for this. They say, the scientists are saying that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. That wormholes can attract bits of information outside time and space. Patanjali again and again says, you don't need to learn just from the five senses. Means seeing and hearing. I have an example of Vivekananda. Whatever he expressed in 9 years of his public life, even for you to study, it will take 39 years, his lifetime. This proves solidly, Vivekananda did not receive all information through eyes and ears. You can take my example. Whatever I expressed in last 8 years, even for you to study and understand, it will take at least 33 years. Forget about experiencing and expressing, just to study. Very clearly you can see, logically you can see very clearly, objectively you can see, this much of information cannot get into the system through ears and seeing or any other education method within last 33 years, even if I was studying all 33 years, 24 hours. Then how did this information get into the system and comes out? This is the secret. DNA can create magnetic wormholes which receives bits of information outside time and space. That's what we call consciousness. So till the wormholes are created in your DNA, you need an outside master. Once the wormholes are created in your DNA, you don't need outside master there. Outside Guru sits inside you as Antar Guru and teaches you. He sits inside you and goes on supplying the knowledge. And another one important information, the last punchline. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Whatever I downloaded through my wormholes and DNA can be transmitted to you without using my words, without you seeing or listening. Just if your DNA is activated or turned on. That is what I call initiation, Upanishad. Only in the beginning, you need to listen to my words. If the DNA gets activated or turned on, no need for words, no need for ordinary way of teaching. Just the transmission the initiation, energy darshan is enough. That is what I was studying yesterday. It is, initiation is like an intense downloading into you. The knowledge and consciousness and information in this biomemory, in this DNA, is just transmitted. That is why these acharyas, once they are initiated, our trained teachers to go around and take classes, once they are initiated, there are thousands of information they never learned from my books or heard from me, starts expressing through them. The answers which they would have never heard from me or read from my books suddenly starts expressing. How? This is the science. If your DNA is turned on or activated, these bits of information which gets downloaded through the wormholes created in DNA can just be transmitted without any conventional methods. This is what is happening during every initiation, every process in inner awakening. This is what I am doing in our Vidyalayas, in our Gurukuls. The transmission without using conventional methods is possible, was available, is available in our Vedic tradition. Was available in our Vedic tradition, is available in Nithyananda mission. Clear case. Not a clear. When you have energy, energy transmission, diksha, you are making consciousness with the awakened. Means when you want to wake up from sleep, whole thing should look more deeper. Green should look more greener. Rose should look more rose. Color should look very deep. Things should appear very pure, as if completely washed, fresh. If you are experiencing the conscious waking, you receive darshan from person who is waking consciousness. If you are experiencing waking consciousness, you receive darshan from person who is in conscious waking state. This understanding about each state will give you the clarity about the master and the path you are traveling. Are you growing? Are you progress? You will understand that. The next is the conscious dreaming and dreaming consciousness. If you had an energy darshan in the night, even if you had one or two dreams, you will be just aware that dreams are moving better. Clean conscious light, the dreams are moving like a line, like a picture. How in the screen, the projector, scenes are moving. Like the screen of your consciousness, this will be moving. If you are clear how that moves in your inner space, you are conscious, you are dreaming. That state, if you go to be there, if you are consciously dreaming, you can be sure you receive darshan from a person who is dreaming consciously. If you are consciously dreaming, you receive darshan from a person who is consciously dreaming. Sleeping consciousness, earlier explained, everyone you will not have awareness, alive, touch. And awareness consciousness, just for no reason, you will be sitting in his presence. You will have pure awareness consciously. You know, you are pure awareness. You are pure awareness. So if you are having the Awareness, conscious experience, you are a conscious awareness. So, this is what I call Upanishad, the experience of Upanishad. Of course, finally the consciousness merging with him, becoming him, becoming one. That state has neither definition nor state or end. That state of consciousness can never be explained. It's just that part. Now, understanding about the states will give you the scale to work with yourself and work with the master. With this scale measure every day what is happening in you. Then you'll be able to very clearly see which direction you are going. Are you in the right direction? Are you in the right path? Because before starting your work, you need to know, are you in the right direction? Are you in the right path? After that, forget about everything. Just flow with it. Flow with it.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and
So, what is your understanding so far? So, what is your internalization and what is your understanding so far? The science behind energy darshan. It's about telepathy. So now we are going to do the levitation power manifestation. With the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti, you levitate basically. So let's do one more round of the power manifestation of levitation. With this understanding, so with this cognition that Swamiji has shared, please sit with your head, neck, back straight line, and your legs are in lotus posture. You sit down. Highly recommended to sit down with a cushion and nothing around you and sit in the lotus posture. If you cannot sit in the lotus posture, only you sit in the chair, but it's not comfortable. Sitting down with the lotus posture is the perfect posture. And hands locked like this in Samana Mudra and put it in your lap. Basically, your legs are locked, your hands are locked, and you sit in head, neck, back, straight line. This is the posture. My eyes, you have to sit down and sit with this posture. All right. Now, once you are comfortable with your seating and With your seating posture, nothing should be around you. Make sure nothing should be around you. Are you all ready? Right? Now, visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Bring restful awareness to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. With this position, please settle yourself and visualize his form with the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva in the human form, and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your third eye. Will awaken your Kundalini Shakti and raises your consciousness. With this clear context, please meditate in your third eye on Swamiji's form. Forget yourself, forget everything, forget rest of the body. Complete awareness only on the third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. You bring your attention back to your third eye again and again. With this space, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With this space, experience oneness with Swamiji and declare to lift off the ground, to manifest the power of levitation.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so now all of you, please go ahead and share your power manifestation of levitation. What is your experience? I see. You can share your experience. You can open your eyes. Fighting with sleep. The feeling of a racing heart. Complex. Xavier, what it is? What does it mean? Feeling of a racing heart. like many parts of me doing its own thing. All right, next, power manifestation. You really relax. Focus on relaxing and intensely do the power manifestation. You'll surely experience. Guru Prasadani are the same with you. All right, let's continue with our understanding of the Kundalini Shakti. See, everything, power manifestation, Kundalini awakening, everything is your decision. Kundalini awakening is also your decision. Everything happens when you decide. When you decide. So, Kundalini awakening is also your decision. When you decide, you will find ways to awaken. You will find to manifest anything. Our thoughts and our words are directly connected to Kundalini Shakti. So, all our experiences are fueled by our thought and our words. So, the belief that Kundalini awakening can only happen after a prolonged and specialized practice. Even the power manifestation, I have to practice some prolonged way, some certain years I have to practice. Specialized practice actually obstructs the process. Jnana Guru Prasadani. It actually obstructs the process. When we embrace integrity in our thinking, Shakti is awakened spontaneously. Immediately opening us to bliss and liveliness. Raising the Kundalini automatically raises us to greater level of authenticity, and from which we take expanded responsibility for enriching our environment. Now, let's watch a short clip on scientific evidences or scientific studies done on this Kundalini Shakti.
First, we hooked one of our senior brahmacharini, Ma Nitya Supriyananda, in the EEG machine. It's a remote control machine. The scientist, doctor who did She's a 27 years experienced psychologist and neuroscientist. She is working on the field of neurofeedback and psychology for 26 years. The first word she said is unimaginable. I have never seen anything like this in my 26 years of experience. She is the founder member of Indian chapter of ISNR. And her name is Dr. Kanak Pandey. We are going to be doing some more experiences. Our credibilities. If I read an international affiliate of American Psychological Association, member and a certified trainer of LMI International, member of Indian Psychological Association, member of Psycholinguistic Association, member of International Society for Neuronal Regulation, founder member of Indian chapter of ISNR. Great. And the first study is normally when she's normal, how the brain is working. We found she has a brain. Second, it's working normally. Third, when the Kundalini was awakened at the exact moment, the researcher, the scientist, doctor, she says, Swamiji, the awakened state is intensely expressed. Same way, the deep sleep state is also intensely expressed. She says the gamma wave, which goes down very low, like a 1, 2 and all, during sleep, deep sleep, it has gone almost less than 1.42. She says this means there is no outer world information getting processed. The cognition has completely stopped. She says only during the deep sleep or the high sedative can only create this kind of state. She says, if I see only the monitor, I will say she's sleeping. But I can't say that now because I'm seeing she's jumping. On the other side, extreme wakefulness. She says that wakefulness and the let you guys see the original video of her own explanation. She says, I should not make any technical mistake in technical terms. That's why I'm just briefing you. She says that wakeful state is something extraordinary. She can't even express immediately because she has never seen anything like this. She says the energy level, not just 1000%, 1000 times more. 1000 times more. She was actually shocked, seeing, wow, what is happening? Then before leaving, she came near me and said, I'm happy that I met you. I know very soon you will become too popular, too famous. Then we did once more, we did some more studies. Another one important point she says is, when I gave instruction for the brahmacharya to levitate, she says first, the instruction is being processed in the brain. Means the brain is being convinced about the instruction. It is not like a hypnotism or mesmerism. Straight away bulldozing and it is being executed. No. The negotiation goes on between the instruction and the brain, and brain gets convinced, and then the expression starts happening. She says very clearly the whole thing is expressed in the study. And we had one of our staff, ashram staff, new staff for the normal reading. and we try to ask him to levitate, he is not able to do more than 2-3 times. Means jumping on his own, he is not able to do. He has not done any meditation, any spiritual things. So his level also she checked as a normal baseline. Then all of them wanted, if I initiate him, what happens? When I went and stood near him and initiated in his Anya, the same energy level, which was there in the levitator's brain, same thing happened in him also. Then she said, a normal person should do the same action which you are doing to him, like touching his Anya, touching his forehead. Let me see what happens. She herself came and she touched his Anya and put his hand on his head, put her hand on his head, did exactly what I was doing during initiation. Nothing happened. So she compared that also. She said now she will send us detailed report. Soon you can see. Now we are acquiring that machine, the highest level, accurate QEEG machines, which can record in remote. At a time, 10 people can be studied. We can study 10 brains at a time. We are acquiring the machine. This time, inner awakening, we will do a lot more researches. And one more thing. See, Patanjali describes some 3-4 points as enlightenment. First time, all 3-4 points are clearly with evidence, medical evidence recorded in the human brain. We have recorded during the yesterday's experiment. This proves 2 things. One, except the final touch which needed to be given. See, the only one small thing now our Brahmacharya Supriya needs is that she should be given this key, means the key into getting into that samadhi state on our own, without my physical presence, but ability to stay in that same space and able to do all the normal activities. If that key is now handed over to her, we can give a clear legal certificate. She is enlightened. All the descriptions for enlightenment by Patanjali, we can prove scientifically very clearly. And not only that, see, if in brain itself that experience is happening, means in the mind it should have happened at least 1 year before, because anything from mind to become a brain, it takes 1 year. In mind, if Satori happens, it takes 1 year for that Satori to become a groove in the brain. So, too many wonderful new doors are opening for us. Now we can actually make the enlightenment a clear, reproducible experience and a course. We can say very clearly, in the beginning, your brain wave. The end, your brain wave. Machine speaks. Doesn't need to be faith anymore. It's just life. And she says, she was telling, Swamiji, even if you can do this for 10 people, this Kundalini awakening and this kind of a energy level going up, this kind of experience, it's a great service to humanity, because all psychosomatic disorders like Alzheimer's, depression, everything can be healed just by this one process. Because she says, whatever we are trying to do with the electrode, machines, medicines, you are doing it without any intervention, without any physical intervention. Just like that. It's extraordinary and amazing, Swamiji. She was really shocked and surprised. We are also happy to know these reports. So today or tomorrow you will see the whole thing in YouTube. Video recording is done. and she will write a detailed article about her whole findings. In next 1 week, it will be uploaded in the website. You can all enjoy. God bless you all. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
So, um, let's continue. So let us see some of the benefits of the, just now you have seen the scientific studies of the Kundalini awakening. Now let us see the benefits of the Kundalini awakening. Kundalini awakening gives people extraordinary powers like telepathy, teleportation, materialization, and all the powers you can manifest through Kundalini awakening. And what are the benefits? I don't need any powers. Will it add to, how will it add to my life, regular life? It adds to your regular life by you becoming more productive, you become more aware, you become more conscious, and you become intuitive. Ultimately, you become rich, not only in the realm of wealth, but also in health, relationship, in every aspect of area, you become rich. Basically, it takes away the low idea that people have about themselves. People carry very low self-esteem, lower inner image. It takes away that lower inner image. Takes away the low self-image and shows the possibilities, greater possibilities. And it shows them the power of intuition. And it awakens the intuition. Awakens your intelligence and what you call all the time tiredness, boredom, all that will be removed. Because the energy, it's the with this energy, you will never feel tiredness and boredom. You'll become more, you'll do more smart work, and you will see more active, more productive in whatever job you do. Upon the whole, you become more contentment, you have more contentment and fulfillment. And so many internal conflicts that we carry just disappear. All the conflicts, inner conflicts, outer conflicts, everything just disappears. You forget what is tiredness, what is boredom, where is tiredness. So, Swamiji guides all of us how to nourish the flowering of Kundalini Shakti and practices to support it. When Kundalini Shakti ascends along the spine, along the spinal cord through Sushumna Nadi. Yesterday, how many of you remember in one of the sessions we did a meditation called with the Sushumna Nadi, the main channel of subtle energy. You have done a meditation. That results in huge energy influx in the brain. As the Kundalini Shakti flows from Muladhara Chakra to Sahasrara Chakra, the awakening, it awakens the dormant, non-mechanical parts of the brain which have never been used before. And the part that is hardwired for higher possibilities and higher consciousness. The brain's mechanical parts, on the other hand, take care of mechanical functions of the body movement of blood, movement of intestines, movement of the heart, movement of the lungs, and the mechanical basic survival needs. So, it is the non-mechanical parts of the brain that are endowed with extraordinary powers. So, the direct results of the Kundalini awakening is to experience the highest conscious coherence with an enlightened being expresses. With increased levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into superconductor of conscious energies, which heals, empowers, and transforms lives. There are various scriptural references. Swamiji says, whatever programs I conduct, 1 day program, 2 day program, 4 day program, 10 day program, 21 day program, 1 month program, 3 month program, and 1 year program, and permanently residing in the Awaken. All the purpose is to raise the Kundalini Shakti. As mentioned earlier, Kundalini can be awakened in n number of various thousands of methods are there. But Swamiji uses 4 methods. One of it is by direct initiation. Through intense practices, also people awaken their Kundalini Shakti. Sometimes people do very dangerous medicinal preparations, and through the tireless repetition of certain mantras. But through Diksha, the direct transmission of spiritual energy is the easiest, safest method. Diksha is more effortless and more beautiful way to awaken. Many scriptures declare the authoritative scriptures on how the importance of getting the initiation for the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. So, the human body and brain are already wired to experience a complete Kundalini awakening. It is, you have already completely the infinite energy, and yet how many of us are trained our body and our mind that can withstand the awakening or the powerful explosion of the conscious awakening? So that's why the instance of Kundalini awakening is always a pure gift from the spiritual guru, from the avatar. The avatar takes a triple responsibility by giving this initiation. First, to stir awake the enormous spiritual power of Kundalini by resonance pressure of his own powerful superconsciousness vibrations. That's the first one. Second, to guide this energy safely through the subtle neutral pathways of the spine towards our own crown center, and above all, to shield and protect our fragile body and mind that might otherwise almost certainly be devastated by the sudden influx of cosmic force. So you cannot compare Kundalini Shakti like electricity, mechanical energy. It is not that. It is a conscious spiritual power of cosmic proportions that knows where to go and what to do. Once awakened, Kundalini rips through millions of years of our human conditioning. So many conditioning, so many patterns that we have, it just rips through millions of conditions. It brings brand new neurons in our brain, opening up unknown strands of DNA and flooding us with superhuman energy, um, retracing our mental blueprint, wiping out our most obstinate karmic patterns, and takes us to a new level of existence. We never knew that we can exist in that level. By awakening the consciousness of each individual, Kundalini opens the doors to a global revolution of consciousness. So Swamiji says, he compares the body to an instrument where the spine is like three tubes sitting in a bowl of mercury. Three tubes in a bowl of mercury. Yesterday we were talking about the one of the meditation, we were talking about this. The root energy center is called Muladhara Chakra. It is like a bowl full of mercury. The mercury can be equated to reproduction energy. The energy which can give birth to life, which is the root center. Whether one is a male or female, their root center has the energy to create life. Their spine is like a 3 hollow tubes, 3 nadis, Ida, Pingala and Sushumna. Ida, Pingala and Sushumna, inserted into a mercury bowl. The root of the spine is in the mercury bowl, which is a reproductive energy. Located at the top of the tube is the third eye, the Anya Chakra. So, when the life breath, the prana is intensely sent with high pressure through the 2 tubes, through both the nostrils, Ida and Pingala, the mercury gets through the center tube and reaches the top. With the pressure created with the intense infusion of prana energy through the center tube, the Sushumna, the Kundalini Shakti, the life energy reaches the crown center and blossoms. The Anya Chakra opens. That is, the third eye opens. So now, let's understand how to awaken the Kundalini. There are so many techniques, method, what Swamiji uses, and basically let's start with the Kundalini awakening is your decision.
Your Kundalini Shakti is not disconnected from your thoughts and actions. Only one thought can trigger your Kundalini and awaken, or make it shrink and coil back. Only one less thought, already your body is ready. Understand? Only one less thought, already your body is ready. Your thought and your actions and your brain, your words, all this is directly connected to the bioenergy. Your bioenergy is directly connected to it. So don't think the moment I utter the word Kundalini, it is there somewhere and at somebody, some point, some method, some technique, someday it may be awakened, it may not be awakened. Now it has nothing to do with my day-to-day life from now or this day. No. You are seeing me because of your Kundalini energy. You are perceiving the breeze on your skin through your skin because of Kundalini energy. You are listening to this sound because of Kundalini energy. You are processing this sound because of Kundalini energy. Listen. So, when you alter the way you think, respond, speak now, your Kundalini can be awakened. Your Kundalini energy can be altered. You can awaken your Kundalini energy before the end of this satsang. You can experience Kundalini awakening before the end of this satsang. Listen. Even if you sit and listen intensely, Kundalini can be awakened now. Even now, if you sit and listen sincerely, intensely, Kundalini can be awakened now. Every thought you create, maintain, cognize as a direct effect on your bioenergy. If you cognize and encourage a lustful thought, immediately it will have its own effect on the body and mind. If you cognize and react to a spiritual thought, immediately the body and mind will have its own effect on it. If you cognize and react to the thought of integrity and authenticity, immediately your bioenergy, your Kundalini energy will have effect on it, will have impact on it. Please listen. Constant tiredness and fatigue you carry. Please understand. When you start practicing authenticity, the first wall you face, either you can make the wall as stopping stone or stepping stone. The first wall you are going to face is tiredness and laziness. Tiredness, laziness, and boredom. That is what will be the first enemy for your authenticity. When you are trying to expand your experience about you and others' experience about you, tiredness, boredom, fatigue will be the first thing stopping you. Listen. I'll give you one example. In the office, if you are not authentic, you can leave the office by evening 5 o'clock. But if you want to practice authenticity, you may have to do little more work to make everything authentic. It may take 1 more hour. When you decide to be authentic, what is going to stop you fast? The boredom, after 5 o'clock, I cannot sit in office. It is too much. I am too tired. I am bored of the same sick fellows. I am bored, tired, I feel lazy. Listen. Even once if you decide, no, I am going to be authentic. I'll break this laziness, tiredness, boredom pattern. Even one decision you make in the line of authenticity, your Kundalini opens up. Your Kundalini is awakened. The moment I utter the word Kundalini, all of us think we have to do something very secretly, sitting inside some dark cave, some mantra, meditation, some practices. You have to go to a place, to a remote Himalayas, to some guru and learn some mantras which he will whisper in your ears, which you may understand of and may not understand of, and you may have to collect different skull, herb, and sit on that and start chanting in the Amavasya midnight. Only then Kundalini will be awakened. No, no. Your Kundalini can be awakened in your office, through your office work. Every single decision you make based on authenticity, your Kundalini is awakened. ध्यान से सुनिए. Every single decision you take based on authenticity to break your laziness, tiredness, boredom. See, the moment you decide to break and make the decision, see, in your own muscle memory and biomemory, so much energy will be flooded. You will feel certain joy and you will feel, yes, I'm going to do it. That joy is Ananda of Satchitananda. That energy is Chit of Satchitananda. The courage is Sat of Satchitananda. Understand, Satchitananda is not somewhere you will experience after you are almost about to die or after death. No. In your everyday decision, Satchitananda can be experienced. To make Satchitananda as Nitya Ananda, Nithyananda has happened. ध्यान दीजिए, आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति के कारण ही आप मुझे आप देख रहे हैं, कुंडलिनी शक्ति के कारण ही आप मुझे सुन रहे हैं. सुनिए, अगर इसी वक्त आपने बात करने का तरीका और सुनने का तरीका परिवर्तित करने की निर्णय लेते हैं, तो आप अपनी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को इसी वक्त जागृत कर सकते हैं. जब आप संपूर्ति एवं श्रद्धा से स्वयं के बारे में, स्वयं का अनुभव एवं स्वयं के बारे में अन्य लोगों का अनुभव को परिवर्तित करने का प्रयास करने लगते हैं, तब पहली दीवार जो आपके रास्ते में आएगी वह है थकावट और बुरियात. अगर उस समय आप श्रद्धा से उस थकावट और बोरियत को विनाश करने का निर्णय लेंगे, तब उसी क्षण आपका कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत हो जाती है। केवल एक विचार आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत कर सकता है या फिर उसे सुप्त अवस्था में डाल सकता है। एक उदाहरण जैसे केवल एक ही वासना से बड़े विचार से आपका शरीर उस पर प्रतिक्रिया करने के लिए तैयार हो जाता है। आपके विचार, कार्य, मस्तिष्क, शब्द सभी आपकी जीव ऊर्जा से सीधे रूप से जुड़े हुए हैं। यदि आप केवल एक बार यह निर्णय करेंगे कि मैं अपने इस कार्य में श्रद्धा लाऊंगा, आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत हो जाती है। Listen. This is the basic truth you need to understand. Listen. Unless you start awakening your Kundalini now, every day, in your day-to-day life, the possibility does not exist. Possibility does not exist. Either it is now or never, because when you start believing it will happen after some time, that belief itself becomes like a lacquer coating on you. You never will be able to touch the time, present moment now, experience zone now. Please listen. Person who is thinking about the future, his eyes will not be seeing the present, even if his eyes are open. There will not be connection between his eyes and he. How many of you cognize what I am saying? Same way, exactly the same way, if you start believing Kundalini awakening can happen only after some time, it can happen after some time. Please understand, that belief itself will become an obstruction between you and the Kundalini awakening. That is one of the worst danger. You need to break that negative belief with integrity, with the right commitments. If you are committed with you again and again, Kundalini and all will not awaken for me. It may happen after 20 years, after 30 years of practice. Not for me. It is all maybe for the sannyasi seekers who are evolved souls, not for me. It will take years. It may happen if I do this. If you have all these beliefs, that itself becomes a negative commitment you gave it to you. Because of that very negative commitment, it does not happen in you. In the young age, I used to have a strong feeling. These miracle powers will come only if you meditate without moving from a place for 12 years. Now I had this strong belief. I have to sit 12 years without moving, and my hair has to grow and enter into the ground like a banyan tree root. Only even when I want to get up, I will not be able to get up because my hair is already gone into the ground, rooted. Only then I will have siddhis. This belief has become such a negative commitment to me. I delayed me achieving Ashtama Siddhis. Maybe I can say me expressing Ashtama Siddhis. There's nothing like achieving. It was there already by birth. Expressing Ashtama Siddhis. Delay has happened just because of my own negative commitments. You also see in your life to be a leader, to be a Siddha, to be a Mahapurusha, to be a Jnani, you may be giving a lot of negative commitments to you. You might have given a lot of negative commitments to you. How can I have Vaksiddhi? Swamiji can have. How can I have? I will have maybe after 20 years when I am old or next Janma. Even these thoughts become negative commitment in you. How many of you are getting it? How many of you feel, oh God, I have so many negative commitments given to me? Raise your hand. Sit and complete with all of that. You have to restore your integrity, completing with all those negative commitments. Only then Kundalini awakening will start happening now. And it is possible now. ध्यान से सुनिए, जब तक आप अपने कुंडलिनी शक्ति को अभी जागृत नहीं करेंगे, तो भविष्य में आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत करने की संभावना नहीं रहेगी, नहीं रहेगी। आप अपने कुंडलिनी शक्ति को केवल अभी जागृत कर सकते हैं, वरना कभी नहीं कर सकते हैं। जब आप ये विश्वास करने लगते हैं कि आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागरण अभी नहीं किंतु थोड़े समय बाद ही हो सकती है, तो आपको कुंडलिनी शक्ति का अनुभव नहीं हो सकता है। यह नकारात्मक विचार कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत नहीं होने देती है। You have to awaken now. You can awaken now. आप अपने कुंडलिनी शक्ति को केवल अभी जागृत कर सकते हैं, वरना कभी नहीं कर सकते हैं। केवल अभी जागृत कर सकते हैं। Your every action can awaken your Kundalini. Your every action can become part of Kundalini. ध्यान से सुनिए. Please listen. आपका understand completely. Even now, your decision to sit straight and listen with authenticity can awaken your Kundalini, or your decision to just fall asleep can shrink your Kundalini. आपका हर कार्य आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत कर सकता है. और आपके हर कार्य में आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति उपस्थित हो सकती है. Listen. Listen. Every time you bring an authentic decision, your Kundalini is awakened. Every time your Kundalini is awakened, you are raising yourself to the next level of authenticity. You can see in your everyday life, every day in your office, in your relationships, if your spouse is shouting at you, wife or husband is screaming, shouting at you, screaming at you, you decide, I will raise my authenticity level. Now I will not shout back or react. I will respond with integrity and responsibility. Even one decision awakens your Kundalini. Awakens your Kundalini. जब भी आप श्रद्धा के साथ कोई भी निर्णय लेते हैं, तब आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति और ऊंची स्तर पर जागृत हो जाती है. Every single moment, when you wake up in the early morning, the awareness you bring it to you awakens your Kundalini, or can put your Kundalini to sleep. When you listen, the awareness you bring it to your ears can awaken your Kundalini or can put your Kundalini to sleep. When you read, the awareness you bring it to reading, your eyes can awaken your Kundalini or can put your Kundalini to sleep. When you think, the integrity you bring it to your thinking can awaken your Kundalini or can put your Kundalini to sleep. It is unfortunate sometimes you give up on you. You say, no, I cannot raise myself to the next level. When you give up on you, you are dead. Dead. Giving up on you is the worst thing can happen to you, especially due to the patterns, laziness. When you decide, you give up on you, you are patita, fallen, dead one. If you live these principles, even if you leave the body, you continue to radiate, inspire millions, you continue to exist. If not, even while you are alive, you are dead. और सवेरी जब आप उठते हैं, जो जागरूकता आप लाते हैं, ओह, आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत कर सकती है या उसे सोने की अवस्था में डाल सकती है. पुनः सुनिए, जब आप हर सुबह जागते हैं, केवल अपनी जागरूकता द्वारा अपने कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत कर सकते हैं और उसके बिना अपनी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को सोने की अवस्था में डाल सकते हैं. जब आप संपूर्ति के साथ सोचते हैं, तब आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत कर सकते हैं. और जब भी आप ऐसा नहीं करते हैं, तब आप अपनी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को सोने की अवस्था में डाल सकते हैं. Listen. Whether you practice authenticity or integrity, the moment you start practicing, Kundalini is awakened. Your Kundalini is awakened. Listen, the moment you start practicing, your Kundalini is awakened. It is so unfortunate. It is so unfortunate. You have the wrong beliefs about Kundalini awakening. You should complete with all of that. Start awakening your Kundalini now. जिस क्षण आप श्रद्धा एवं संपूर्ति को अभ्यास करने लगते हैं, उसी क्षण आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत हो जाती है. Whenever you allow your inauthenticity, you shrink the Kundalini. Every time when you become authentic, your Kundalini gets awakened. Every time when you become authentic, your Kundalini gets awakened. जिस क्षण आप श्रद्धा एवं संपूर्ति को अभ्यास करने लगते हैं, उसी क्षण आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत हो जाती है. जब भी आप श्रद्धा में, ध्यान से सुनिए, जब भी आप अश्रद्धा में रहते हैं, आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति संकुचित हो जाती है. और हर बार जब आप श्रद्धा में रहते हैं, तब आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत हो जाती है. Thousands of people come and ask me, Swamiji, I was suffering for years with this disease, that pain. The moment you put your hand, it disappeared. How can it be? Just few days before, one of my ashramites was suffering with whole body pain. All I did, just sent this kerchief. In 10 minutes, she became all right. People ask me how it is possible. Listen. When you practice integrity and authenticity, your Kundalini energy is so alive and awakened. It radiates and fills anything you touch. Sometimes people ask them, why you are suffering with the cough? No, I tell you, there is a truth. I took up the wrong pattern of Raman Maharshi and Ramakrishna of not healing their own body. But now I decided I'm going to drop even that pattern. I'm going to heal the body. Because the body is required to enrich others. You will see now how the body will be healed. Simply it will be healed. Just yesterday I was cognizing what is going on. Why? Because it has become too much. This cough has become too much. It doesn't allow me to sleep. And I was thinking, oh God, what is going on? As a playful way, I allowed, all right, stay 1 or 2 days. You also in the body and have the darshan and prasadam and go. And this fellow is not leaving. Then I looked in. I saw this is the idea. Because of them, I was also just living casually. Now I decided to break that pattern. I declare, body is healed. That's it. You will see now, it will be healed. You should know your life is your life. You are the owner. You are responsible. You are the experiencer. You are everything. You are the organizer. You are the conductor. You are the owner. You are everything for your life. Take the responsibility for your life and bring authenticity to your life. That's all is the essence of my today's satsang.
You can share your understanding and we'll move on to the power manifestation of levitation. Please go ahead and share your understanding and also the powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Kundalini awakening must be a conscious decision. Yeah. It can be awakening right now. Yes. Right, beautiful. Now please sit straight with your head neck back straight line and your legs are locked in Padmasana, the lotus posture. If you cannot sit in lotus posture, you can sit cross-legged. Then your hands are locked in this Samana Mudra and put it in the lap. Then your head neck back straight line. Sit with this comfortably with a cushion and bring restful awareness to your third eye. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. With the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your Kundalini Shakti and raises your consciousness. With this clear contact, bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare to lift off the ground. To manifest the power of Kundalini Shakti. Levitation by awakening the Kundalini Shakti.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Param Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyanandam, everyone. Now, please go ahead. And share your experience. Light in third eye, short time. Something is happening. Yes, something is happening. Enough real tool. Something is surely happening. Good. Okay, so now Let's understand some of the question and answers about the Kundalini awakening. We have a lot more.
Around the world who are sitting with us now, live in two-way and one-way. The two-way I can see. So again, I wanted to remind all of you, sit either in Vajrasana or Padmasana or Sukhasana. Keep your hands in Samana Mudra and sit in a very relaxed way. Please understand, if you keep your hands in Samana Mudra, the fake levitation will not happen. In Samana Mudra, only the authentic Kundalini awakening can shake your body. The fake levitation means sometimes people get excited and body starts moving. That will not happen. I wanted you guys to experience authentic Kundalini awakening. That is why the Padmasana and Samana Mudra. If you sit in any of these three asana, Padmasana or Sukhasana or Vajrasana and Samana Mudra, that is the most difficult posture to move your body. You can see, you sit especially in Padmasana and Samana Mudra, you can never have fake levitation. You don't need to worry, am I having fake levitation or originally I am having Kundalini awakening. If you sit in Padmasana and Samana Mudra, any movement in your body can happen only if the Kundalini is awakened. Because that's the most difficult posture for body movement. This is Madhuri from Jaipur, Rajasthan. Swamiji, I am learning physical exercise, yoga and martial arts from last 2 years. We learned some techniques in martial arts that if like somebody hold your both hands, then how we can take out our hands easily from the other person's grip. In this technique, the person who wants to take out his hands out of the other person's hand grip will put a force in outward direction to the point where the hand is weak, towards the thumb side. Before, when I used to practice the technique and hold the other person's hand very tightly, since they know the technique, they used to take out their hands very easily. Now I am doing Nitya Dhyana and listening to live satsang regularly by your grace. Just 2 days before, on 13th January, I practiced the same technique, but nobody was able to unlock my grip. Not even batchmates of my age. In fact, the senior most in my batch was struggling to take out his hand from my grip. Is this Kundalini Shakti? And if yes, is my Kundalini Shakti as awakened? Madhuri, it is the side effect of Kundalini Shakti, no doubt. And your Kundalini is awakened, no doubt. Two things. In the martial arts, when somebody touches you, if your Kundalini energy is more than their Kundalini energy, even if you don't attack them, they will just fall. They will be completely shaken. The martial arts is more Kundalini energy based. The other day I was seeing a video, a Chinese master, he did not touch even one person, but he was fighting with 20 people. All 20 were rolling on the ground. He did not touch even one person. So what you see here, I make you guys roll in the ground with my love energy, the compassion energy, by awakening the Kundalini. The same thing that master was doing with pure energy. It was neither anger nor compassion, just pure energy. Actually, pure energy itself will have a trace of compassion. So I could see very clearly. I'll get the video and give you the reference tomorrow. Tomorrow in satsang, I'll give you the reference, and it's in the YouTube. You can all watch. I saw from the YouTube only. So if your Kundalini is fully awakened, you don't even need to touch anybody. The moment you look at them, they will roll on the ground. So your Kundalini is awakened. That is the reason nobody is able to unlock themselves or defeat you. Madhuri, you are on the right direction. Please enjoy. I'm really surprised from all over the world. I don't even know the cities and the country's name. People are watching this live satsang. Thanks to the technology. Thanks to the technology. Now we are having only 10 connections two-way. In a month, we will have 108 connections two-way. We are establishing. Even if some centers are able to gather 20 people, we will give them two-way connection. Because from March 2nd, 21 days, we wanted to create N effect all over the world and reduce the natural calamities and man-made calamities. Natural calamity means all the earthquake, tsunami and all those things. Man-made calamities like crimes and wars. So in the 21 days, we will prove visibly to the world N effect, the only solution for man-made calamities and natural calamities. Create N effect, the only hope for future. We'll prove this in the 21 days. So that I request all the devotees to gather as many people as possible and meditate, practice unclenching. Those 21 days, the live satsang. And I am also going to do one more thing. Many devotees from around the world are struggling to keep up this time, live satsang. Next question is about that. I'll read this next question, answer, then. Dear Swamiji, I have two questions, please. Since the live Pada Puja and satsang is from 2 to 4 a.m. UK time, I am sleeping very irregular hours now. I find that I often have to sleep for a couple of hours during the daytime, as my body is feeling sleepy. So I have not been able to maintain working for 12 hours a day, as you said. Is it okay for the body to have irregular sleeping patterns? What's the best thing to do, as I want to keep watching you live? This question is from Satrupini, London. 2 hours sleeping during the daytime is okay. The 12 hours working does not mean continuous 12 hours. In a day, if you do 12 hours, that's enough. And actually, satsang time becomes working hours because you are not keeping quiet. I am working on you. So you can add satsang time also as a working hours. That's first thing. Second thing, due to the timings, we have not yet as yet succeeded. We have not as yet succeeded in gathering a large group of people. So we can have a two-way session with you at morning satsang. Devotees who work and those with children have indicated it is difficult for them to attend. Also, the public transport system is not dependable at the time of morning. So we are all individually watching you at our own homes. We have thought about it a lot, but have not found any solutions to these logistical issues. How can we also benefit and be part of the N effect and have a live interactive session with you? Satrupini, London. Satrupini from London. I am sorting out not only your problem, problem of many devotees from all over the Europe and Southeast Asia. From March 2nd, we will have 2 satsangs, morning and evening. So, I am planning the second satsang timing, consulting with all the satsang centers around the world. So almost all the countries will be able to attend any one of these satsang. That is the way I am working out the timings. So morning I will have one sitting, evening also I will have one sitting. If you can participate in any one, great. So the 21 days, the N effect will be, we will be having 2 satsangs live. You can sit at any one time. And we are also expanding. Suddenly the satsang centers number is exploding. So if we have 108 connections, morning 108 cities can sit with me and evening 108 cities. But no city can sit twice because we are running short of connections. So we will open the doors. All the European, Southeast Asian countries whose timings are matching with evening satsang can sit evening. And all the countries like East Coast and West Coast of USA and countries like Guadeloupe, Toronto, the North Americas, Mexico, those countries can sit in the morning satsang. Even the morning satsang time, I am taking suggestions from all the satsang centers. We will be moving the time as per the devotees' convenience around the world. So we will have 2 satsangs every day from March 2nd. Except the days I am giving the programs like NSP or Inner Awakening, I'll give 2 satsangs every day. Not only that, I'll start speaking on Brahma Sutras. Mornings I'll do on Yoga Sutras, evenings I'll do on Brahma Sutras. Of course, both will be uploaded in YouTube immediately. The live, when you sit live with me, it will not only be an intellectual learning, it will be an N effect. You will have the experience also. If you just want the intellectual knowledge, in 24 hours it will be in the YouTube. You can watch. We are exploding, really. I can see. And I am really seeing in every satsang center, the people who experience the N effect, how powerful and creative they are becoming. Powerful, creative, alive, and how the inner awakening is happening in everybody. Cosmos is with us. Nobody can disturb us. Divine is supporting us. So nobody can disturb us. Good. Next question. This is Prasanna from San Jose. Is he there? San Jose? Prasanna? In many big festivals and religious gatherings, I have witnessed a handful of people start swaying and having involuntary motions. Never levitation, of course. My understanding was that for those few moments, they were possessed by God and were channels of the divine. Is my understanding correct? Prasanna, I don't want to say it is correct or wrong. It depends on individual. If the person who is swaying, having involuntary motions, if he is in bliss during the experience, and after the experience, if he becomes intelligent, Sat Chit Ananda. Sat means more integrated and more clear, more knowledgeable about life, death, and the great secrets of life. Okay. Having more understanding about sacred secrets. That's the first scale. Second, he should become more aware about his life and others' life. Third, he should become more blissful. If these three things, Sat, Chit, Ananda, is increasing in that person, then he is possessed by God for those few moments. If that three is not increasing, during the experience he is not blissful, and Satchit Ananda is not increasing after the experience, then it is not, he is not possessed by divine. He is just having some nervous breakdown. His nadi is having some chaotic experience. What is the difference between what we are experiencing during N effect and their experience? Please understand, Prasanna, this is the difference. If Sat Chit Ananda increases during the effect and after the effect, you are having N effect, Kundalini Awakening. If that three is not there during the effect and after the effect, then it is nervous breakdown. So you can have, this is the right scale, not to have the fake experience, fake levitation, nervous breakdown. Sit in Samana Mudra and Batmasana. You can never have fake experience. Those people who are swaying in these religious ceremonies and large gatherings, tell them to sit in Batmasana and Samana Mudra, everything will stop. Real Kundalini Awakening only can move your body if you sit in Batmasana and Samana Mudra. If you are sitting in any other postures and body is swaying, moving, there can be doubt. But if you are sitting in Batmasana and Samana Mudra, any movement can be only out of Kundalini. So this is the scale to find out whether it is a nervous breakdown or N effect. Dear Swamiji, thank you so much for the strange experiences I had during yesterday morning satsang. This is from Nitya Priyatma Niraja from Atlanta Satsang Center. Thank you so much for the strange experiences I had during yesterday's morning satsang. I could not understand what it is, neither read any scripture to refer, nor had any spiritual guidance from others. But I believe whatever happening to me is for my own good. Yesterday, as usual, I started levitating during Pratyakshapada Puja. Levitation has become almost like as usual. See? Once upon a time, people used to meditate for 12 years to experience this levitation or animadi siddhis. Nowadays, people don't even think it is a kind of a siddhi. They think it's like you go to Nithyananda and sit with his live satsang. God, what have I done? See how casually people write. As usual, I was levitating. I used to feel like this casual when I was with Raghupati Yogi, just day before yesterday. I met one of our devotee, who was the devotee of Raghupati Yogi also, great disciple of Raghupati Yogi. He is the owner of a big hotel. Even now he runs the hotel, Udupi Hotel in Tiruvannamalai. is from very spiritual family, Ubhatyaya family, very highly spiritual person. He was a disciple of Raghupati Yogi, and he came to have my darshan. And I was sitting and talking with him all the old days, good old days. Raghupati Yogi is a very joyful, jovial person. This in his hotel, once Raghupati Yogi was sitting, I was also with him. We were actually, he was sharing the incident with me. So he was also sitting. We all three were chatting. We were having coffee. I was a small boy, so the dining table height was too much for me. So I was standing and drinking the coffee, and they both were sitting on the chair and drinking the coffee. And somebody came and asked Raghupati Yogi, like a very disturbing way, I heard you can make people levitate, means fly. Can you do that to me? Then Raghupati Yogi jovially told him, pay for this coffee bill, then I'll do. Those days, cup of coffee is something like a 60 paise. 60 paise means less than 1 rupee. So, 3 coffee. The hotel owner was also having coffee, but usually he will never charge. He's a devotee, so he will never ask money. So he was actually giving coffee for Raghupati Yogi and for me and for himself. So this guy who came, he said, all right, I'll pay for 3 coffee. For all 3 coffee, he paid. And Raghupati Yogi actually made him sit on the dining table and told him to hold the nostril and did something for 3-4 minutes and pulled the dining table, and he was levitating. He was there on the air. He was there on the air. Just 3-4 minutes. So I used to think, oh, levitation is ordinary. Just like how I used to think in those days with Raghupati Yogi, this Neeraja is telling, as usual, I was levitating. Yesterday, as usual, I started levitating during Pratyaksha Pada Puja. After that, when you were initiating us into Kula Kundalini Awakening, I had this strange experience. My eyes were squeezed inside my Ajna Chakra, and it is trying to go upwards. Neeraja, it is perfect, right experience. Your Ajna is getting awakened. Usually, when your Ajna is awakened, it will suck both eyes. It will suck both the eyes inside. The third eye will be awakened only if the 2 eyes are sacrificed into the third eye. The life energy will be offered into the third eye, only then the third eye will be awakened. Actually, after the third eye is awakened, all 3 eyes will be seen. Eyes will have the power. But for the awakening, these 2 eyes will be sucked into the third eye. My head started moving up slowly on its own till reached a point where I could not sit. I fell backwards. After some time, I got up and started staring at you in the monitor. I saw you were breathing the same way I was breathing. Neeraja, you had my Pratyaksha Darshan. That's what is exactly. No doubt. If you are watching now, you will see Vibhuti will come out of your monitor. Okay. Just to show you that you are having Pratyaksha Darshan. You are seeing me directly. My body was moving up and down while breathing. I saw the same up and down movements in your body also. Great. I asked my husband, is Swamiji moving up and down? He said no. After that, I went and slept. In the morning, I was looking at our window blinds. I saw they are also breathing as I am breathing. Neeraja, you are having the glimpse of what I had at the age of 12, feeling everything alive. You are exactly having the glimpse of what I had during at the age of 12. Few days ago, I saw the eyes in the Gurumurti, in the house, in our house. They are moving. Is it a spiritual experience or just my hallucination? Niraja, you can never have so many hallucinations. Don't worry. So, I'll prove now you are not having hallucination. You are having the real spiritual experience with two things. Sit with Batmasana and Samana Mudra. You will levitate with that. Second, you will have Vibhuti from the monitor. When you are watching me. If you are watching now, you will have now. If you are not watching me live now, when you watch me again live, at that time, you will have it. So, this will prove you are not having hallucination. You are having real spiritual experience. I used to have these doubts sometime when I was with Kuppammal. When I had my first experience itself, when I had my enlightenment at the age of 12, I had the doubt, am I possessed by ghost or God and all that. When I went to Kuppammal, she did a very beautiful thing. She took me to the Arunachaleshwara temple and she took me near the Garbha Mandir and asked, now remember that experience. I remembered. She asked, is it getting intensified or getting diminished? I said, it is getting intensified. I can see now. The Shivalinga is alive and all these deities are alive. This whole temple is alive. She said, this is the proof you are possessed by God. Because the Arunachaleshwara temple is the most sacred and oldest energy center. If you are possessed by the demon, that experience cannot become solid here. It cannot get solidified. It can only diminish. It will only become dull. If you are possessed by divine experience, the real Kundalini awakening, only then it can become intense. So that is the reason I always request all satsang centers to have some deity, God, the traditional Hindu deity. See, have deities like a Shiva or Vishnu or Ganesha, the traditional Hindu deities. No black magic can work in those spaces. That's the reason I insist all satsang centers to have the traditional deities. See, an authentic master will never create his own black magic deities. There are people going around creating their own black magic deities. You can't understand, you can't connect them with the tradition. Even when they put the linga, it will not look like a traditional linga. Means what? They put their own energy, means the black magic energy, and their own form. So understand, that is the reason I am telling you, do not go to the places where the authentic traditional deities are not worshipped. Go for the Vedic traditional deities. Shiva, Krishna, Buddha, Rama, Ganesha. No black magic can work with these deities. Because from the time immemorial, they represent pure cosmic consciousness. So in the cosmos itself, very clearly, only the pure cosmic consciousness can be associated with the deities. So, no black magic can work in the presence of those deities. That's the reason I insist, have a Shivalinga in your center. Have Ganesha or Venkateshwara, Rama, Krishna, those deities. No black magic can work and no fake experiences can happen. I think you all understand what I mean. How these fools cheat people, creating their own kind of gods which no scriptures talk about, no tradition accepts. Because they can't infuse their black magic energy into the traditional deities. So they create their own new names and new deities. So be aware of the people who create their own names, their own. Have authentic, time-tested, foolproof, traditional deities. In Atlanta, only women are experiencing Kundalini awakening. They are rolling, rocking, and levitating. Men are very depressed because nothing is happening to them. Niraja, don't worry, I am not biased. I'll give experienced men also. They are thinking that they are not worthy of it, feeling low about themselves. They are thinking their wives are moving far away from them. Please do something for them, Swamiji. Ma Nitya Priyatma. Priyatma, I bless you from today. Men also will experience Kundalini awakening in Atlanta. Okay. Actually, it is like this. When men experience, the stability of the experience in men will be long. Women will experience very quickly, but the stability will be very less. So it's like each body has one advantage and one disadvantage. So don't worry about it. Testimonials and comments, oh God. Too many letters. All right. I'll just finish this too. This is from Mukta Pushpa, San Jose. I'm sure many of us went through an amazing experience during last night's session with Swamiji. I could clearly feel a very blissful silence created within each of us after the session. Since I am still swaying with a very sweet bliss today, there is something very sweet to share with you all. When Swamiji started teleporting Vibhuti, I could clearly smell Vibhuti. And also my palms had its fragrance later on when we got home. Even Harish could smell it. Even after washing my hands. And another very sweet incident. I switched my cell phone off during N-effect process. All of a sudden my phone with switched off sound started playing Vishnu Sahasranamam. Oh God. There is an incident, Jnaneshwar, in Jnaneshwar's life, Namdev. So the Jnaneshwar, Namdev and all used to walk naked. Some of the Brahmins caught them and started asking, if you guys are Avadutas, Paramahamsas, as you claim, can you make this buffalo chant Vedas? Namdev just sprinkled a little water on the buffalo. Buffalo simply chanted the whole Vedic mantras beautifully. Rigveda mantras. They were shocked. Now we can say, switched off cell phone will chant Sahasranama. Come on. I can say, buffalo chanting Vedic mantra is much easy than the cell phone having Vishnu Sahasranama. First, I thought the sound was coming from somewhere in the temple, and I did not pay attention to it. Only after some time, I'm seeing my phone in my pocket and packet playing loud with silence mode on Vishnu Sahasranama. Not to mention that my cell phone is time password protected and it locks automatically after 1 minute of inactivity. Have an amazing, oh, this is an experience. It is locked, silence mode, switched off, and it is chanting Vishnu Sahasranama. Great. It's from Mukta Pushpa's phone. Dear and respected Swamiji, my namaskarams to you. Please accept my respects to you. I have been searching for my master internally for past 20 years. This is Krishna from Toronto. Cosmic force has answered my call silently because even without anybody recommending, first moment I saw you in the YouTube and heard your voice, my inner space is filled with you. My nature is more internal, always searching for things inside the inner space. I must first experience the Brahman and attain yogic body and Vedic mind before I can get into satsang with others. Please accept my respects and bless me. Ennaduya உளுணர்வு என்னுடைய உள்ளுணர்வு உணர்த்துவது நான் உங்களுடன் ஏதோ ஒரு விரவியில் உங்களுடன் இருந்திருக்கிறேன். He says, I have a strong emotion that I had been with you in some distant past life. Please bless me and accept me as your virtual disciple for now. Very soon, if you wish, I have your darshan in your presence. Krishna, I accept you as my real disciple itself. Why just virtual disciple? I accept you as my disciple. You will have my darshan in my physical presence. Accept this following sukta as if I am chanting in your presence with Purna Kumbha. He is giving Purna Kumbha to me. I accept. Krishna, you will experience. Yes. Here's one more question. Dear Swamiji, what is the difference between contentment and suppression? In one discourse, you said, do not suppress. In another, you said, be contented. They seem to be contradictory. How do we apply the two techniques? Achala, for you, contentment. It is to the individuals. So, for you, practice contentment. That's it. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
See, now let's understand the methods of Kundalini Awaken. Kundalini Shakti can be awakened by thousands of methods. Swamiji uses 4 methods to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. In everyone, from newborn baby to oldest elders. The first method that Swamiji uses is with the right breathing and postural process like yoga, pranayama, kriyas. The body is prepared. From ages, the supreme source of all energies and powers, Adiyogi Sadashiva, none other than Paramashivoham, has given the clear signs of Kundalini awakening in Vedas and Agamas, which has been followed and expressed by the great enlightened ones such as Patanjali, Abhinavagupta, Natha Yogis, etc. Next one is by giving the right principles, the right knowledge about life, mind, body, and tattvas, principles, and the mind is prepared through new thinking focused on the 4 powers. What are the 4 powers? The integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. And the third one is with proper initiation. Through the intense infusion of prana energy as The prana energy is transmitted by the touch given to on the third eye. Ajna chakra, Kundalini is awakened. Now, fourth one is just by a mere will, the transmission of energy can be done wherever people sit. Swamiji uses all the four methods to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, so that the awakened Kundalini energy stays eternally, permanently, and forever in your being. It becomes part of your bioenergy and biomemory forever. When an enlightened being awakens your Kundalini current, you will not have any negative side effects. We can light our lamps only from an already burning fire. Kundalini awakening by the avatar is the we discussed earlier, is the most safest and most sweetest. When the Kundalini is awakened, all in our system that they can recreate the physical symptoms, the old mental and physical patterns are broken and destroyed. A new accompanying these emotions, like those experienced during the higher pattern, a conscious pattern is evolved, which is completely strong and strong fear or anger. Muscle memories are also responsible for our based on freedom and liberation. The cognitive shift, this understanding, this realization that you are beyond body and mind, this realization that biomemories are memories that are locked into our cells. They are a conscious existence which is eternal. This is to carry hereditary memories, past life memories, and memories that most remarkable effect of Kundalini awakening. Now, out of the four methods that Swamiji uses the Kundalini awakening in all of us, now let us work on, see, one, he gives the initiation which you get every day through the darshan. Now, one of the other method is the pranayama. So let's learn one of the technique of pranayama.
Today I'll continue on the same sutra, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 101st Sutra, in second chapter, 50th verse. Bahya Abhyantara Stamba Vriddhihi Deshakala Sankhyabihi Paridrishta Dirga Sukshmaha. Whatever may be the movement of the prana, whether air is going external or is outward, please understand, when your lungs are empty, it's called bahya. Abhyantara, when your lungs are filled, it is internal, inward. Whether it is external or internal or suspended, it is just standing without any movement. Whatever may be the spot, whatever may be the time, whatever number of times you may need to stop, stop as much as you can. To regulate the life breath. Still, I have not translated the sutra perfectly. I tried. Such vast, intense, rich, poetic, theological aphorisms naturally cannot be translated. Vedic tradition is the first tradition which does theology in poetry. There are many religions which teaches theology, but will always be in prose. See, for J. Krishnamurti, it is very easy to teach theology because British English. His one statement can be 3-page without comma, full stop, any stopping. Theology can be taught in prose. Sacred sentiments can be expressed in poetry. But Vedic tradition has first time started doing something unique. In poetry, they have started teaching theology. If you have not lost the quality of a poet, you are not corrupted by the violence of theology. All theology is based on one-sided understanding of truth. Please understand, all theology. When I say all, I mean all. All theology is based on one-sided understanding of the ultimate truth. Nothing wrong. Only from one side understanding you can reach the ultimate. You can't reach the ultimate as it is completely. Path has to be always from one side. Then when you reach the ultimate, you know all theologies practiced by some tribes somewhere, even that has one dimension or aspect of truth in them, in it. You will realize that after enlightened, after achieving the truth. All theology is based on one dimension of truth. But the most unfortunate thing is the power of theology, the power of prose makes you fanatic. Please understand. The more and more technical terms and the definition for technical terms gets into your head, you will become fanatic. Lawyers feel there is nothing in the world except law. Doctors feel there is nothing in the world except the medical terminologies. That's the greatest thing in the world. Engineers feel in the whole world nothing except engineering exists. In any field, the prose, technical terms, and the explanations for the technical terms makes you fanatic. It's one of the most dangerous, unfortunate thing happens to intellectual mind. The only quality I have is my prose has not made me fanatic. Please understand. The technical knowledge you have should not make you think that is all is the world. In any field, if you have technical knowledge, you think with that you can handle your whole life. No. I have seen in my experience, if they just get one graduation or post-graduation or a doctorate in some subject in some university, think that they know everything. They can handle all dimensions of their life just with that useless degrees and doctorates they got. I tell you, I have done a research, studied some of the major researches are showing one university has studied all the gold medalists who come out of the university. What happens to them? 87% of them are on the streets after 10 years. Please understand, 87% gold medalists who come out of all major universities around the world are standing in the streets, means they have not created any career, not achieved anything in the life, just useless, waste, like their certificate and their gold medal, not gold medal actually, gold plated medal. And in 10 years, that gold plating also goes away. I want you to know the technical knowledge in one area, if it makes you feel you know everything, you are in dangerous zone. You are in dangerous zone. Prose makes you fanatic. Fanaticism does two things. Either it makes you violent towards others, or it makes you ignorant about your own life, other dimensions of your own life. two major dangers fanaticism creates is you become violent, intolerant towards other ideologies, other ideas, and you become ignorant towards other dimensions of life. I've seen how people suffer just because you learn how to be a police. Don't think you know life. Just because you learned how to be a doctor, don't think you know life. Just because you learned how to be a lawyer, don't think you learned life. It doesn't work. It doesn't work everywhere. But the danger of technical knowledge makes you fanatic and ignorant. Having a technical knowledge in one aspect of life or one dimension of life, and due to the fanaticism and ignorance, not looking at the other aspects of life is what I call atheism. Atheism is not something to do with accepting the existence of God or not. Atheism is not looking at the all dimensions of life as it exists, being fanatic about the technical knowledge which you got, and fanatically ignorant, deciding to be ignorant, deciding to be consciously ignorant of other dimensions and aspects of life, just because of the arrogance and ego fulfillment which comes by the technical knowledge of one dimension of life. That's what I define as atheism. Why do Vedic masters teach theology in poetry? If you remain as poet, you have not become violent. You have not become fanatic. The prose has not made you fanatic. Prose has not made you violent. The technical knowledge of one dimension has not made you consciously ignorant about other dimensions of life. You can see Shankara, when he writes Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary on the aphorisms on existence, his power of theology. Theology is nothing but playing with words. See, the unfortunate thing is the prose makes you fanatic, does not let you look at all other dimension aspects of truth. But if you see Shankara, greatest theologian, when he writes his commentary on the aphorisms on existence, Brahmasutra Bhashya, I already started brushing Brahmasutra Bhashya, because from March 2nd, I am going to start Brahmasutra Bhashya. We will have morning Yoga Sutra, evening Brahma Sutra. The real combination of Yoga Vedanta. After I complete the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, every day morning I'll start on Hatha Yoga Sutras. So morning yoga, evening Vedanta. What a extraordinary brain. Even the subtlest concepts, how he is able to make people understand and how he is able to differentiate between one word and the other word. But he has not lost his grace of poetry. Next moment, he can sing Bhajagovindam, Bhajagovindam, Govindam, Bhajamudamade. Samprapte sannihite kale nahi nahi rakshati dukrunjikarane. Dukrunjikarana is the Vyakarana, a grammar, which you need to know to understand all the prose. He says that grammar will not help you when death comes to you. He's an amazing poet, an extraordinary theologian, master of theology and master of poetry, rare combination. Only an enlightened being can radiate both qualities. The grace of poetry and the depth of theology. Here, Patanjali expresses both the grace of poetry and depth of theology. Both he is using to express techniques. That is the great thing. It is not even just a technical knowledge, technique. See, in technical knowledge, if you miss one or two words, it's not dangerous. But in technique, if you miss one or two words, it is dangerous because you don't know whether to inhale through right nose or left nose or through the eyes or what will happen. Whether to blow through the nose or through the mouth. Because this one or two mistakes, misunderstandings can lead to any amount of confusion. But it will not be telling exactly what Patanjali wants to tell. Organizing capacity does not mean the honest spiritual experience is being transmitted. Understand? Learn to differentiate the difference between these two. Somebody may be having huge organization. That does not mean they are able to tell the truth to the world as it is. Especially, never learn technical knowledge from somebody who cannot give the experience without technique. Please understand. To check the ability of a master is, he should be able to transmit the experience without technique. Then go for technical knowledge and technique from him. At least to few people, he should be able to transmit experience without any technique. Then he has a capacity to give you the technical knowledge and technique. Otherwise, it's most dangerous. Receiving technical knowledge or technique from a person who has not completely experienced all the dimensions. Bhashya, Abhyantara, Stamba Vriddhihi, Desha Kala Sankhyapihi, Paridrishta Dirgha Sukshmaha. I'll give you the deeper understanding of the same sutra But I'll continue to speak on this sutra again tomorrow also, because in one session, you can't express whatever Patanjali wants to tell through this sutra. When you look at this sutra from different dimension, different angle, different meanings, and different technical knowledge, techniques will be revealed. I wanted to reveal as many things as possible so that you will have a comprehensive idea for your practice. Please understand. I am talking on this, expanding on this book, on these sacred secrets for posterity, so that this technical knowledge and techniques are not lost. Sacred secrets are the right word for Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. I think Patanjali's Yoga Sutras and Hatha Yoga Sutras, these two books, I'll name it as sacred secrets. Most sacred but powerful secrets. Understand one more dimension of this sutra. Whether your breathing is going inward or staying inside or coming outward or staying outside, whatever may be the breathing movement, whatever may be the time and spot, wherever it may be, most hot place of the world or most cold place of the world, place where the oxygen is available plenty or place where there is no oxygen, whatever may be the place, whatever may be the time, whatever may be the action you are doing, you may be eating, you may be sitting, you may be standing, you may be walking, you may be enjoying some pleasures, you may be going through some pain, whatever may be, whether it is the mood of pain or pleasure, the life of joy or depression, whatever may be the situation, again and again and again, whenever you see thoughts are being awakened, created by the breathing flow, stop it. Stop the breathing. Not using the hands, just using the will. This is what I call pranayama. Please understand. Now there are so many questions. How to? What will happen if I stop my breathing? Will I not die? You will not, don't worry. You will not die that easily and liberate the world. So don't have the fear, relax. World has lot to suffer by you and you have a lot to suffer by world. So don't have the fear that easily you will die. No. One guy came and just few days before met me and said, Swamiji, my wife is constantly telling she will commit suicide, commit suicide. I said, then be careful. Don't keep sharp objects in the house like a knife. Don't allow any rat poison and all in the house. He said, no, no, Swamiji, I supplied everything. Will she die? Really? He told me, I brought everything and kept the stock in the house. Thick rope, all variety poisons, all kinds of knives. So don't have fear, you will not die. Actually, when you use the will and stop the breath, at the most what will happen? After a limit, automatically your will lose its power and body will start breathing. That's it. Again, when you remember, stop. Means when your logic is able to control the body, stop. It's a very powerful technique. It can lead you to manonasha, cessation of mind. Nasa is not a perfect word. No other way. Let us use it. In Sanskrit, nasa means complete destruction. But you don't need to have the destruction of mind. You need to have cessation of mind. Cessation and destruction are totally different. End of mind. Please understand. Mind vibrates in certain frequency. So it should end being vibrating in that frequency and just shift to a different frequency. That's all we want. That's what I call cessation of mind. Cease to exist in that frequency. Not destruction. Nasa is not the right word. Your mind needs to cease to exist in the frequency in which it is existing now. For that, this is the technique. Whenever you remember, whenever you can, any time you can do, whatever may be the breathing, except the thought, you are breathing. You see, you are breathing. That breathing movement will create a certain thought. I am breathing, going in, coming out. Those thoughts are allowed. Other than that, any thought, stop the breathing. This is what I call surrendering to prana. Surrendering to the energy, pranic energy. Except the thought of prana, everything else is surrendered to prana. The surrendering to prana straight away leads to Savikalpa Samadhi. And naturally from Savikalpa Samadhi, you will melt down into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Please understand, it's a technique. I don't want to add more and more words because you will miss the technique. You will miss the technique if you add more and more words. I have seen people go to some functions, festivals, marriages. They see all the decoration and finally miss seeing the bride and bridegroom. Really, it happens. They'll remember all the decorations, everything around. They'll just miss seeing bride and bridegroom, eat and come back. It's like you go to hospital and see everything and see the doctor also, but forget to discuss about your disease with the doctor and come away. Because of the glory of the structure. With lawyers also the same thing happens. People go to lawyers and forget the topic they need to discuss and come back. Because lawyers are very intelligent. They talk only what they want to talk. And they are very intelligent. They can twist all your topic, subject, everything. And the conversation will go somewhere. After you come back only, you will realize, oh, you went for discussing this subject and you completely forgot. I don't want to use more and more words. I'll give you the exact technique. Whatever may be the time or space, whatever may be the action of breathing, whether going in or staying in or coming out or staying out, whatever may be, the moment breathing creates thought in you, stop it. After a few moments, automatically it will be released. When you remember again stop it. I can say this is one of the most sacred secret to achieve enlightenment. This is a technique for instant enlightenment. Instant Kundalini awakening. If you work on this technique sincerely, 2-3 hours enough, it can awaken your Kundalini. When I say I mean 2-3 hours. When I say I mean chronological 2-3 hours. What you understand as 2-3 hours, the calendar and the calculating mechanism or the clock which you use. I'm not talking from my space. Somebody goes to temple and prays to God. God, what it is, $1 million for you. God says, what? It's 1 paise. What it is, 1,000 years for you. He says, what? It is just 1 second. Then this fellow says, oh God, then why don't you give me $1 million? God said, wait for 2 seconds. So I'm not talking from that language. No. I'm talking from your language. Just few hours, even 2-3 hours, if you work on this technique sincerely, it's not impossible, it is possible. I'll discuss tomorrow, because if I discuss everything in one session, you will miss it. You will not practice it. I'll reveal the deeper layer of the sacred secret hidden in the sutra tomorrow, the next satsang. This technique of instant enlightenment will really be powerful and help you to experience Kundalini awakening. Whoever is feeling you need to awaken your Kundalini, try this technique. But don't use hands or anything else to stop your breathing. That is dangerous. No. Sometimes people use corks. No. Don't do all that. Use only your willpower, so that when you go beyond the limit, automatically your will lose its power and you will start inhaling and exhaling. You will start breathing. You will not die. You will have your balanced body. So when you are balanced, Again, if the thoughts are raising, stop. Stop the breathing. That's it. So, no thought, only breathing. It's what I call Jivan Mukti. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
And now we are going to do one more round of the power manifestation. You can share. Yes, please sit straight with your legs in Padmasana or in cross-legged and your hands locked in Samana Mudra and put it in your lap and your head, neck, back straight line. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming, let it come, let it go. Sit with the clear context that Swamiji is Paramashiva and meditating on the form of Swamiji will awaken your Kundalini Shakti. With this context, bring your awareness to your third eye again and again and start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare to lift off the ground, declare to manifest the power of levitation. Yes, now you can share your experience. Any question? All right. Now we're going to learn some of the scientific experiments on the Kundalini awakening.
And its direct benefits in your body, mind, and consciousness. See, from the time human beings have started thinking, human beings suspected that they have more energy, intelligence than they are able to express in everyday life. This suspicion is a root cause of all creativity. People who suspected that they have more energy and intelligence and started expressing that in a physical form, they became creators. I can give you hundreds of examples. People who constructed these huge stone temples in South India, huge buildings all over the world, all of them expressed that inner potential energy in a physical form. And there are some who express that in artistic form. I can say a great painting, a great poetry. These are not just physical expression, they are artistic, emotional expression. Ultimately, when a man realizes his complete inner potential energy and expresses it in the form of pure energy to help others, it is called spiritual energy. Please understand, human beings from the time immemorial suspected that they have more energy. Some express that energy in the physical form like a construction, carving, building. Some express that energy in the form of poetry, painting, dance, art. Very few express that energy as pure energy, as Kundalini Shakti. Very few unfortunate decided there is no such inner potential energy except what we know in the day-to-day life, that we call them as atheists. They end up living the life in depression, drug, finally land into death. I can say, when you do not even suspect that you have something more than what meets the eye, your life will be dull. Suspecting you have something more than what you express in your day-to-day life is the first step for any higher conscious experience or any growth. Any growth in any line, in any level, whether your growth is related to ordinary physical wealth or the extraordinary inner wealth, the first thing necessity is suspecting I may be having something more than what my parents have taught me, what my society has made me to believe. When that suspicion is confirmed by one or two of your actions, then your seeking starts. And the proper methods and techniques which were created by the enlightened beings to awaken your inner potential energy is what we call yoga and dhyana, meditation. So the extraordinary inner potential energy which you have, only I call as Kundalini Shakti. Thousands of years before, our great masters like Patanjali, father of yoga, Shiva, the father of all great philosophies like Vedanta, all these great masters have very clearly expressed a powerful techniques and methods to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, extraordinary inner potential energy. One of the important methods to awaken that energy is for initiation, means diksha by the enlightened master. Please understand, when an enlightened being whose Kundalini is awakened by his guru touches you, blesses you, transmits his energy, sometimes not even touching, just by a hand movement, just by a look. When the energy gets awakened in your system, you also experience the same highest conscious coherence which an enlightened being expresses. This initiation is what I call transmission of energy. Please understand, when an enlightened master initiates you, your Kundalini also gets awakened. You can see some of the people shaking their body. Don't be afraid. They are not hypnotized or mesmerized. You see, a hypnotized person will not be blissful. They are not hypnotized or mesmerized. Their Kundalini is awakened. When the Kundalini awakens, such an extraordinary joy and energy, their body becomes very light. You see, your mind is the main reason for your heaviness. When your mind becomes light, your body automatically starts levitating. It is not hypnotism. It is not mesmerism. A mesmerized person will not have high awareness. Now I am going to demonstrate in front of you through the proper scientific researches under the controlled conditions from a reputed scientist and the doctors who are working in the field of neurofeedback for last decades. Through their scientific studies, they have discovered not only the people whose Kundalini is awakened, whose body is levitating, not only they are not mesmerized or hypnotized, their awareness is multiple times higher than a normal human being. Means high intelligence, high clarity, high awareness and high restfulness. Please understand, the doctors who are doing research on this phenomena, what I call Kundalini awakening, the power of initiation, they were shocked to see Even in the waking state, they are in such a deep, restful awareness. One side, if you see their peace, it's almost like a deeper than the deep sleep. Other side, if you see their awareness, multiple times higher than the waking state. This is what Patanjali calls Jakrat Sushupti, awakened sleep. I can say, translate in a beautiful word, restful awareness. In Sanskrit, we call Turiya. The state is called Turiya, the fourth state. See, there are three states: waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. All these three, all of you know. But this fourth state, Turiya, Kundalini awakened state, only a meditator or who is initiated by an enlightened being, only they know the joy and bliss and intelligence and experience of this state. All the religions all over the world work for this state. Vivekananda says very beautifully, all our books, theories, meditations, yoga, techniques, symbols, temples, rituals, festivals, tirthas, yatras, everything is for this enlightenment, for this Kundalini awakening. But blessed are those very few rare souls who get the initiation from an enlightened being. Blessed are those who get the transmission of energy and experience Kundalini awakening in a very young age, in a very easy way, without much difficulty, and live that joy. You can never become a billionaire by begging 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee. You can become a billionaire only if a billionaire writes the will to you. Very rarely few people work hard and try to become billionaires. Honestly, they also become billionaires, but number is very small. Like you yourself doing sadhana for 20 years, 25 years, finally experiencing the Kundalini awakening. By the time you experience the Kundalini awakening, your life is over. You become old. You don't enjoy the joy of living enlightenment. Joy of living enlightenment. It's like by the time you become a billionaire, you are old. By the time you acquire food to eat, you have diabetes, you can't eat. There are some people who grab others' wealth, swindle others' wealth, and become rich very quickly. But unfortunately, in the inner world, you cannot grab. Only in the outer world wealth, you can steal. Inner world wealth, you cannot grab or steal. Inner world wealth can be experienced only by you experiencing through meditation and proper technique or an enlightened master initiating you. In the inner world, no stealing will work. See, competition is one thing. In the outer world also, competition is okay, nothing wrong. But not grabbing the neck of people, biting and sucking the blood, completely destroying the enemies, destroying the competitors is not the right way of life. It is a demonic way of life. When your Kundalini is awakened, properly through the initiation of an enlightened master, your brain reaches the highest coherence, highest conscious coherence, and your non-mechanical parts of the brain gets awakened. Please understand, your brain has two different parts. Mechanical parts means the parts which are responsible for your function of the heart, the function heart's function, the function of the lungs, function of the kidney. These parts are all mechanical. It will be functioning for all the human beings. Whoever is healthy, for all human beings, for all of them it will be functioning. But the non-mechanical parts of the brain, those parts are responsible for the extraordinary powers like telepathy, teleporting, and we call it teleporting the information and teleporting the material. Today I am going to demonstrate only levitation, but very soon, maybe within a month, I'll call one more press meet. I'll be demonstrating the teleportation itself under the controlled conditions. Today we don't have enough time, that much of time, and we are also getting more scientists from American University. We are now working to have tie-up with 2-3 universities. So we wanted the teleportation to be demonstrated. Teleportation means dismantling an object just through the mental power. I can say the mental power is too small word, deeper than mind. Maybe I can say energy, that will be the better word. Through the energy, dismantling an object and transporting it in the air and assembling it again, the place we need. So we already did a pilot study. Just yesterday we had a pilot study, very successful. But I need time, like maybe 1 hour. The whole team has to sit with me, like a media, scientist, and the person who is receiving, the place where it is going to be teleported, the place where it is going to see the place where it will be kept also under the control of the scientist. The place where it need to reach also will be under the control of scientists. So we will demonstrate in the controlled condition. Today we have not prepared all those controlled conditions. Of course, if you just want to see casually, you can see. Just now I teleported a Rudraksha to woman, diamond to woman. You could have seen, they were live. But I do not want to say this as my presentation. I wanted to present only in a controlled condition. When I present it to media, I wanted all the questions of the media to be answered before they have question. Because I wanted the science to be respected, not to be made fun. Not to be made fun. It is, please understand, these are some of our great tradition. The extraordinary powers and experiences. I am trying to revive those great signs, the great Patanjali sciences, the power of mind and power of consciousness. So today I will present Kundalini awakening, levitation, the energy activation in front of the media, and I will answer all the questions you have related to this, and not only that, we can even have a specimen from press. Somebody, if you want to volunteer, you can come. We will fix the machine on your brain also, your head also. You try to jump the same way they jump, but your brain will not show the way which their brain is showing. We will demonstrate very clearly. So through this we will prove they are not jumping voluntarily. It is some higher experience happening which is moving their body. We will prove, and not only that, any other question you have,
You may have hundreds of questions. Are they under drugs? No. Not only they are not under drugs, if somebody was addicted to drugs through this initiation, they come out of drugs. That's one. Second, are they hypnotized? No. Not only they are not hypnotized, if they are hypnotized by some other way for some other reason, if after initiation they come out. Same thing. The health, the doctors and scientists, they will present it to you. This Kundalini Awakening completely heals the body, raising the mitochondria energy level 1300%. See, all available medicines, drugs, therapies, exercise, everything can raise the mitochondria cell energy only 40%, not more than that. Mitochondria cell is the, they will describe, that is the unit, the energy unit of your body. But through this initiation, 1300% the Kundalini, the mitochondria cell energy goes up. So because of this, physical health is restored, and not only that, top 10 mental disorders like depression, insomnia, many of the disorders, I can say the first top 10 major disorders, 100% gets healed. There is no allopathy medicine which can claim 100% cure for the mental disorders. The top 10 mental disorders, whoever we test, you see, we did the scientific study on, in the controlled conditions, double-blind study on many different groups. Every group, 100% people get out of this top 10 mental disorders. So directly, this Kundalini Awakening heals your body and mind and raises your conscious level. For that also we have evidences. The doctors and scientists will present in front of you. Now we will enter into the scientific presentation of this Kundalini Awakening, demonstration of this Kundalini Awakening. Then I will answer all the questions from the media. I request media sincerely, please ask all your questions now. I will answer. And if you have any doubt, I will answer. But do not disrespect in any way this system, this science. That's my humble request. Because last time, without getting my answers, one or two channels disrespected this science, which was really hurting. I will answer all your questions. I am here to answer. Till the last question is there, I will be here and answer all the questions. So now we will go for the demonstration. After the demonstration, I will answer your questions. Then we have some of our music CD and unique incense, jasmine flavor incense, which the recipe is created by me. We will be releasing that incense also. With some of, you see, Karnataka is very famous for sandal and sandal-based incense and all that. So I worked with some of the herbs and the sandal essence and created a unique jasmine flower, jasmine smell incense. So I'll release, we'll release that incense also today. And then we'll start our darshan. All of you will have darshan, even if it goes till night 11, 12, every individual will have darshan. Will enter into the demonstration, experiment.
Good afternoon and Nithyanandam, everybody. Today what we will be doing is we have placed, you can see the caps on the head of one of the participants. This is the QEEG cap, which is the surface electrode. And this electrode, placed at strategic locations, covers most of the surface of the brain. The brain actually works on electrical and chemical energy, and it is the electrical energy output that is captured by this machine. The electrical energy in a QEEG machine will capture only if at least 5 to 6 centimeters of brain area is simultaneously activated, because the voltage has to pass through the skull and through the hair up to the electrodes. So it's a fairly effective machine. What we will do first is we will show the brain waves as they are in the relaxed state with the eyes closed, and then what happens when the eyes open. Just to give you a little brief idea, there are 4 important brain waves that all of us manifest. The one with the lowest hertz is the delta wave, which we predominantly see when we are very fast asleep. The second wave, which is slightly higher in cycles per second, is called the theta waves, seen predominantly in newborn and children, and in certain other conditions, which we can come to later. As soon as you open your eyes and you're awake, the alpha rhythm takes over. Alpha is an idling rhythm, just like you on your car engine and keep it idling. The idling rhythm of the brain is called alpha. And the minute you start processing information or data, it converts to beta. Beta is when focused brain activity takes place. Now you will see what happens to all these things during the initiation and energization process, which will be demonstrated in front of you. We'll first start with eyes closed and relaxed state.
Please close your eyes and just relax. Just be aware of your presence and be relaxed.
We can now start the process.
Let the Kundalini energy in you all be intensely awakened. Let you all experience highest consciousness, health, bliss.
Now you can see that there's almost no cortical activity at all. Whatever quickly waves you're seeing at a very high rhythm are possibly generated from organs which are subcortical.
Great.
We'll ask them to relax again.
Relax.
Yeah, we are now ready.
Let the Kundalini energy in you all be awakened intensely.
If you look at the screen, all the cortical activity appears to have
let the Kundalini energy be intensely awakened.
now effectively they are not under their own cortical control. Some subcortical mechanism, I could probably explain to the scientists a little better, is functioning, and that's where the energy is actually driving them.
Relax. Just settle down. Do you have anything to comment about the...
The graph immediately go to normal, but it's still showing us a lot of activation, a lot of high rhythm, a lot of high processing. Now this is amazing, but surprising and needs to be understood more. We really don't understand, but we just see that. And that's simply how it helps. See, jumping is not helping. So what helps? It should, if we are going for something.
Also explains if it is artifact, then when they are recovering,
the graph should immediately go to normal, but it's still showing us lot of activation, lot of high rhythms, lot of high processing. Now this is amazing, but surprising and needs to be understood more. We really don't understand, but we just see them. And just to see how it helps. See, jumping is not helping. So what helps? It should, if we are doing for something for mankind, it should give us health, happiness, or performance, better performance. So I did some work on this participant, Ma Nirantara, yesterday did some cognitive assessment. Cognitive assessment is for how intelligent or how much brain we are using, usable brain. I did some recording day before and did the same recording after levitation yesterday. And to my surprise, we'll be showing you data after some time. It was at least improved by 20%. That's just not humanly possible. I've been in the process of training, brain training for many years. We train ADHD children, we train depression people, many things. But certainly it is one-to-one and it takes at least 10 to 15 sessions. 10 to 15 sessions in our term means 2 months. Every week we'll be meeting. But I see this change immediately. I need to investigate more. I need to get into deeper. If it really helps, then really hats off. If not, then we need to work on. Thank you.
So what Dr. Kanak explained is basically that in normal cognitive therapy practice, it takes a minimum of 2 months of therapy to get objective or subjective improvement in cognitive function, which she assessed yesterday over a gap of 18 hours. And in 18 hours, she showed significant demonstrable improvement in cognitive function, which she will be talking about because she's an expert in that field. And we will show you about that later. In the meanwhile, we will now also demonstrate on the next participant who will, because you need to know that this is not a one-off thing. Almost anybody's brain can be activated like this. And it is purely the energy that is coming from a source which is common. And the common source for us at the ashram is Swamiji, but for the universe, it's the cosmos itself. And it's from this common source, the energy is being transmitted person to person. And we can show that by linking up each person to the EEG cap. We'll show the next person now.
Please come, next person. And doctor, another thing you said that ashramites trained, it is not limited to ashramites. Anybody who comes to the program also experience. So you can get somebody from Inner Awakening. People are doing some programs here now. And the essence of the whole program is the initiation, the energy transmission. All the yoga, meditation, everything is just to prepare their body and mind to receive. Not to, you see, by your own practices and process, the awakening can be only very little. Only when it is transmitted, such a strong experience starts happening. So all the process is preparing them to receive it. That's it. So I can, not only that, anybody who comes and does the program and receives the initiation will express the same waves.
Yeah, that we have seen actually in our study, and we will show it again live today on one of the new participants of the Inner Awakening program who has been here with us only for the last 8 or 10 days. This is Ma Advait. We can now activate. Once again, absence of cortical activity. Physically, for you and me, if we sit in Padmasana, it's not possible for us to jump like this at all. And if we do once, we'll never do it second time. This energy is coming from not from their voluntary system. You can see the joy on their faces, which is something unusual. They're not forced. And just some interesting information. Everybody sitting on the dais has a master's degree.
I'm getting a message. In Oman, 6-phase Rudraksha is materialized.
Please welcome Mr. Mayur Patil, who's an Inner Awakening participant. We once again start with everybody sitting relaxed, eyes closed.
Please, all of you sit, relax, eyes closed.
You can see that there's actually more baseline activity in this person than the previous two participants. And this is because of he is relatively new, though he's been initiated about 10 or 12 days back. We can now start activation.
Okay. Let the Kundalini energy in you be intensely awakened. All of you experience the Kundalini awakening.
Besides this, we actually did some other studies. Yesterday, actually, we did a same EEG study on Ma Nirantara. And during the process, she actually materialized a small Rudraksh, which we have recorded. She had very unusual brain waves. If you look at the 5th and 6th circles, where you see some blue and red color, this is the theta power and the beta power. In fact, her zones were completely black, global. And that is a phenomenon that even Dr. Kanak Pandey, who has been working with this machine for 20 years, has never seen before. So apparently that is the period when teleportation has taken place, but we have yet to do studies. Now,
have you ever seen this kind of a high peak wave? Or the
No, not in my regular practice, never. I saw once last time when I had visited the ashram, first time. So not earlier, but here, yes. Now is my repeat.
In fact, the last inner awakening, we studied other parts of the body. We took blood samples and studied the mitochondria of the cells. And also we studied the sugars and the blood pressure and so many other physical and physiological parameters. To our surprise, we found that by the end of 21 days, blood sugar came down to normal in all the known diabetics. Blood pressure decreased by almost 10 millimeters of mercury on an average, which is significant without any additional medication or anything. And the mitochondria activity in all the participants across the board increased by approximately 1,300%, which is otherwise never seen in normal activity. If you go to the gym, it might increase by 30-40%, and that too in your muscles. For a red blood cell or a white blood cell to show that kind of energy level is very unusual. The other studies that we have done, actually we have collected blood samples for DNA analysis also. I've just got preliminary data yesterday.
Can you share?
See, the human being has 25,000 to 30,000 genes, out of which normally about 10,000 are activated or what we call expressed. The remaining are not actually expressed. We took a very small sample because this is again a pilot run, and we found that 174 samples genes were expressed over and above the normal in 21 days. 174 genes, which is quite unusual. You would not find this kind of gene suddenly waking up. Now,
Wow.
we have narrowed it down through certain analytical, computerized analytical processes to 7 candidate genes, which are very commonly activated in all of them.
Oh.
Now, each of the gene has a specific function, and in the next inner awakening, we are going to look at this gene only and see what it does and how it benefits you in health. For example, one gene I can tell you straight away. It's called a heat shock protein, heat shock protein. Now, this gene was studied in flies and in bacteria earlier, and now has been studied in human beings also. Whenever a cell is subject to stress, whether it's heat or environmental stress or any other stress, in order to become normal, it creates a protein called heat shock protein. Now, the gene for creating this is immensely activated in the inner awakening participants.
I bless you all. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yes, now we're going to do one more round of the power manifestation of the levitation. So now please sit straight with your head and back straight line. Lock your legs with the Padmasana, the lotus posture, or at least cross-legged. And lock your hands in Samana Mudra. And put it in your lap. And visualize Swamiji's form in your third eye. Any thoughts, just let it come, let it go, and start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, declare to levitate. Declare to lift off the ground.
All open, all your 3 eyes, and manifest the powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
Yes, now can you all share your form and hesitation experience? Yes, now we are going to learn about the straight technique to awaken the Kundalini Shakti.
Is straight technique to awaken Kundalini. Simple will to awaken Kundalini is more than enough to awaken Kundalini. Understand? Simple will to awaken Kundalini is more than enough to awaken Kundalini. Kundalini is, after all, your own potential energy which resides in you, which can be awakened just by you. Simple will and instruction to yourself that let the Kundalini be awakened can be the straight technique to awaken the Kundalini. You may think, how can this be? Because you never had trust over your will. Many times your will failed in the outer world because of the clash of wills with the world. When too many wills clash, it may fail sometime. Because of the outer failure, you slowly lost trust over your very will. Understand? In the outer world or in the inner world, the will fails only when the clash of wills is there. Because you failed in the outer world will, you lost trust over your will even in the inner world. I tell you, simple will can awaken your Kundalini Shakti intensely. You don't need anything. It is your own energy, your own power. It's like if your hands are tied for 2 years, you forget you can lift and move your hands as you want. You can lift and move your hands as you want. I tell you, there was a research. Some animals which are kept in cage for a long time, even if the cage is opened, they are not interested in going out because of the habit. Habit. Very powerful word. If you remove the H, a bit will be there. If you remove A, bit will be there. If you remove B, it will be there. Only if you remove the I, it will die. That word itself shows the strength of the engram. Simple will is powerful enough to awaken your Kundalini. The Kundalini Shakti in your system, waiting to listen to you. It's not that you need to do something big. See, you need Kundalini because you don't have energy. You need to have energy to awaken Kundalini means it's just unfair. So all you need to awaken your Kundalini is simple will. Understand? In the outer world, if your will fights with too many wills, it will die. In the inner world, same thing. If your will has too many wills, it will create problem. Your will has to fight with too many wills, it will fight. It will disturb itself. So understand, even in the inner world, your will needs to be integrated. Don't have too many wills. That's what I call simple will. The lap in which you sleep every day, the energy which wraps you around completely, encompassing, just like the hug of the master. Tell your own Kundalini Shakti, be awakened. That's all. The Devi, Kundalini, is waiting inside just for your request. Request, your simple will awaken the Kundalini Shakti. We'll work on awakening of the Kundalini Shakti through simple will. Let us experience Kundalini Shakti just by simple will. Let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
So what is your understanding here? What is your understanding from this technique? Simple will is enough to awaken your Kundalini. Your decision and your will. That is the most. Then you can do any technique. Pranayama, anything. So how will be our thoughts, physiology of thoughts, the Kundalini awakening? Contrary to what was once believed, the brain is not the only center where our neural responses are stored. There is now growing evidence that our thoughts, which are no more than electrical signals, whizzing along our neutral pathways, are stored in our cellular and somatic memory, resulting in permanent changes in the way our body and our mind influence each other. This somatic memory includes three types of memories, which is engraved memories, muscle memory, and biomemory. Engrams are biochemical changes that occur in our neutral tissues as a result of a powerful or persistent reaction to any situation. And any engram is not an ordinary memory, but more like a photograph of a situation or event, complete with the emotional response that accompanied it. And engrams exist just below the level of our consciousness, influencing our emotional responses without our knowledge. While engrams affect our emotional responses alone, muscle memories are memories that have become so deeply embedded in our system that they can recreate the physical symptoms accompanying these emotions. And like those experienced during strong fear or anger. Muscle memories are also responsible for our performing repetitive mechanical actions that do not require our conscious intervention, like typing or cycling. Biomemories are memories that carry hereditary memories, past life memories, and memories that have become part of the very fiber of our current personality through constant repetition for years. both physical, mental patterns can become part of our bio-memory. So, bio-memories have the power to trigger physical actions like an obedient servant. Mental states like depression, anxiety can quickly become part of our biomemory if we are not careful. Biomemories are not only unconscious but are usually untraceable to any particular source incident. How does a thought becomes an engram or biomemory? Swamiji says, a thought is simple. It rises and it falls. It does not have a mark inside. For example, if a thought comes to you, I would like to have a coffee, that is just a thought, not a pattern or engram. But if you fulfill this thought every time by the action of drinking a coffee, after a few days, it will become an engram. That is, you start craving for that particular action. You start feeling how I wish that I could have a coffee. Engrams are like owning water. It creates a certain moment in your mind. So after some weeks, you actually start feeling afraid that if you don't get your coffee in the morning every day, you will have a headache. This means that this thought is solidifying like water becoming ice. And it has become part of your become your muscle memory. So after 1 year, if you continue to do like this, if you keep pursuing this habit, one day, if you don't get your coffee in the morning, you will actually get a headache. So when a pattern becomes so solid and it starts affecting you physically, it is called biomemory. Biomemories are tough like crystals and are very difficult to break. So Kundalini awakening alter our thought patterns? Swami says, yes and no. Our thoughts carry a minuscule physical weight that can be tracked on our bodies. Everybody has experienced how we feel heavy on certain days and light as a feather on certain days, even though our physical weight remains the same. So, this shows our thoughts and engrams can actually pull us down. And Kundalini awakening or initiation have the power to temporarily free us of our binding engrams. But if the negative pattern continue to be encouraged, they can return and persist even after Kundalini awakening. So, the initiation is an inspiration, a glimpse of different space, and encouragement to return again and again to that high energy space. With repeated initiations, like how you're getting during the darshans every day during this program. Repeated initiations, we are constantly exposed to that elevated space. Gradually, our muscle memory starts enjoying this space and it becomes part of our biomemory. In a negative way, influence our biomemory. Now, with the repeated initiation, in a positive way, we are influencing our biomemory. So, this is a luxury to have these initiations. So now let's understand more on this.
Please understand. It's all boils down to just one or two words. Whether the temples I am building or the programs I am conducting, from morning Nitya Satsang to free webinars to NDY, NKY or inner awakening, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, whatever, or the future, level 5, level 6, level 7 is going to happen. All that put together, please understand, the essence is basically awaken your Kundalini Shakti. Awaken your Kundalini and raise it to the highest peak frequency. When the Kundalini moves inside the system, at different areas it experiences different frequency. Raise it to the highest frequency and celebrate the life. Enjoy the life as you want with this extraordinary, overflowing, excessive, luxurious life energy. Understand? That's the word I have to use. Only when you are, please understand what I am saying now, even medically verified statement, only if you have an excessive energy, these muscles even expand in smiling. Understand? Otherwise, how people smile, you know? I'm telling you, life should be lived with luxury of energy. I am telling you, if you think the car you drive, the chair you sit, and the house you live, that only demonstrates your luxury. That is the symbol of your luxury. You are cheated. You are just cheated. That shows only one aspect of your luxury. If you are made to believe the house you lived, car you drove, and furniture on which you sat is the luxury. See, even if you believe that is the way to show you are living in luxury to others, okay, it can be tolerated. But if you believe even personally that is the way the life should be luxurious, even for your own being, then something seriously wrong. You are cheated, exploited. If I have to use little dirty words, I don't want to use. You yourself imagine. I think by now everyone knows what I wanted to say. Somehow these dirty words are so universal, you don't need to utter them. You just put dash, 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 everyone feels it immediately. That is the power of the dirty words. You don't need to utter them. Anyhow, leave it. I tell you, it is the luxurious energy you carried in your stomach in your heart, in your throat, in your face, in your crown. That is luxury. That is the best luxury. I tell you, when you wake up in the morning, the energy you carry in your stomach is, are you carrying a cramp, or are you carrying the gas, or are you carrying an uncomfortable acidity feeling? What are you carrying in the stomach when you wake up? And by the time you get ready for your everyday routine, you remember your everyday, what is the energy you are carrying in your heart? The moment you remember, you have to go to your office, you have to meet your family, you have to meet your team lead, you have to meet your team, you have to meet your boss, you have to do your everyday actions. What is the experience you carry when you remember your everyday routine in your heart? What's the energy you feel near your chest? That decides whether you are living luxuriously or not. The way you carry yourself, what your shoulders are feeling. Are you walking like this, almost collapsing, or are you carrying yourself? That decides. I was shocked to see Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was arrested by British and being taken. I looked at the picture 20 times or more than that. All the fellows who are carrying him look like prisoners. And he looked like the boss of the seat. It is supposed to be the other way. They are all arresting him and taking him. But the way he was carrying himself, that shoulder, the way he was carrying his eyes, all the other fellows are frightened. You can see this photograph. See how many people standing with folded hands. Even
today's theme reminds us, stands on this ground, the importance of forgetting, going beyond the borders and coming together for interfaith harmony to bring peace. As all of you, all the viewers might be aware, KAILASA has been standing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the grassroots levels through the last 47 years to establish KAILASA and revive the civilizational nation, reviving the longest living civilization, Hinduism, and providing a platform where all the religions, different faiths can come together, and each of us can have an opportunity to bring together religious leaders from different faiths, tradition, to foster dialogue, collaboration, and collective actions towards sustainable peace in the face of ongoing global conflicts and wars. Today, we have distinguished guests who have graced us on this very special occasion, who have joined with us on this very special panel to discuss upon some of the most pressing questions that we have, various different questions that have come together. In this interfaith panel, we will be facilitating dialogues to promote mutual understandings, to creating an open, respectful, inclusive space for each leader to share their experiences, challenges, success stories, and insights related to peace-building efforts from diverse perspectives of their different communities that they come from. We have leaders, opinion makers, and decision makers from various different walks of life, representing various different civilizations that have joined with us to convene in this important discussion, KAILASA's Interfaith Conference. Once again, we thank all the viewers and audience that have joined with us globally from various different countries. All of you can participate in this panel feel free to post your questions. You can participate in the discussion actively in the social media channels. You can join in the comment section. And for those of you that are watching us on the Zoom rooms, you can feel free to post your questions as chat messages in the Zoom. We thank all of you for joining with us. And we will now be entering into understanding about the take on peace from different perspectives and different walks of life. And to all the participants, viewers, dignitaries, and all the esteemed guests, the honorable guests, the speakers that have joined, we thank each of you. It is such a pleasure to have each one of you and for the contribution that each of you are doing to the planet Earth, to make planet Earth a better place to live in. And each of you, we are actually having more and more speakers that have been continuously joining us, and each one representing a different community, a completely different background, a different country, and everyone uniting together for one cause. The cause is to make planet Earth a better place to live in. And without further ado, we're going to get started. And to all the participants that are already here with us through the Paramashivoham program, I kindly request all of you to also please be on the camera throughout the session, and you can post any of the questions that you would be having directly to the panelists. You can post it here in the Zoom chat, and we will also be taking your questions. Now, before we enter into the event itself, we would like to introduce we'll take you through a small presentation to give an introduction to who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And I am Her Royal Highness Ma Nitya Tattva Priyananda, and she is Her Royal Highness Ma Nithyanandita, and we both are blessed as the princesses of the world's first nation for Hindus, KAILASA. And today, it's an extreme honor to share the stage with leaders from different communities, different faiths, different backgrounds, different walks of life, who are here to share their view with us. And to all the viewers, the members from various different countries that have joined with us, it has been the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's vision to bring together all the various different faiths, religions, civilizations, indigenous communities from around the globe to discuss upon, to come together, to convene, and to discuss our takes on the various pressing issues that has been happening globally around the world. This platform acts as an instrumental tool for us to take this, amplify our voices, and stand for this cause. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, since the very beginning, since his descent in the year 1978, has proactively dedicated for the revival of the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the first nation for the 2 billion born and practicing Hindu diaspora worldwide. Hinduism comprises of 10,000 different traditions flourishing in 200 different kingdoms, and KAILASA stands for all the great values that is enshrined in the Hindu civilization. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been standing with the vision to revive, to give the science of the super consciousness as enshrined in the constitution of KAILASA, gifting it to the people of various different communities, of various different walks of life, so that humanity at large can benefit from this profound science. And in this panel, joining with us today, we have guests, distinguished members from various different walks of life. We have Her Royal Highness, Princess Palisa Kambole, who is the traditional chief of the Dlamini Kingdom in the Republic of South Africa, who is also the member of the Congress of Traditional Leadership and in Gauteng Province in the Republic of South Africa, President of the National Delegation of the State of African Diaspora, the SOAD, Parliament in the South Africa. Thank you so much, Your Royal Highness. Thank you so much for joining us here in this panel. And we also have
Mr. Sargon Thomas, who is the chairperson of the Assyrian Culture Center of Australia, Melbourne. The Assyrian Culture Center of Australia is a dynamic organization that is dedicated to celebrating and preserving the Assyrian heritage through cultural festivals, exhibitions, the artistic performances. The center brings Assyrian traditions to life, and it works with artists, craftsmen, and community leaders to safeguard unique art forms, rituals, languages, and traditional attire. We thank you so much, sir. Mr. Sargon Thomas, thank you so much for taking your time. Thank you so much for joining with us in this platform. Thank you so much for being here. Next, we have Imam Honorable Babokar Jeng, renowned Imam of the Sufi tradition, who offers profound spiritual guidance rooted in the wisdom and compassion. He is a beacon of socio-spiritual reform, inspiring harmony through his exemplary leadership. Esteemed figure of the national TV religious speaker, captivating audiences with his enlightening sermons. Presidential aspirant, a leader dedicating to advancing both spiritual enlightenment and social progress, joining us from the Gambia. Thank you so much, Honorable Jeng. Thank you so much for joining with us, sir. Thank you so much for being here, being who you are, and doing what you're doing.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Joining with us next is Mr. Ernest Duku Jala. He's the head of Secretariat, the Youth Legislative Council, former Secretary General of the Federation of the Liberian Youth from Liberia. Thank you so much, Mr. Ernest. Thank you so much for joining with us. Thank you so much for being here, taking your time and being here with us. Next, joining with us in this panel is Bishop Esther Baptist, District Overseer Bishop of five the International Pentecostal Assembly churches on the island. She's a woman of true faith and compassion who leads by example with unwavering devotion to the service of humanity. She holds fast to the teaching of the Christian Bible, which acknowledges that God, Triune, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit is the creator, sustainer of the universe, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. And Bishop Esther Baptiste is joining us from Grenada. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for taking your time. And we also have Her Excellency, Dr. Queen Evelyn Ayo Honesty Levin. She is a resident ambassador of the State of African Diaspora in Nigeria. She is the Dean Ambassador and Executive President, the CEO of the Southwest and African Forum Federation, the SWAF. She is also the founder and national coordinator of NGO in Nigeria called the Child Education and Crime Eradication Foundation, the CECEF. And she is also the president of Indigenous Kingdoms Federation. And she is a grassroots mobilizer. And as such, she prides herself as a woman that have attracted international funding for the establishment of infrastructure in her community. And we have Her Excellency joining us from Nigeria. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for joining with us. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't mind my light. We don't have light, but I'm with you. I'm with you. You're doing well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for taking your time and joining with us. Next, joining with us in this special panel is His Excellency Professor Dr. Amidou Mande Amidou, and he is the President and CEO and visionary founder of the Youth Education and Leadership Initiative, the YELI International. YELI is a non-profit and non-governmental organization formed out of the pressing desire to rescue a succeeding generation of the human person from education-related problems and leadership challenges. He is also the professor of technology for the Yeshua International School of Theology in Nigeria and Africa. He is also the Change Ambassador for Peace and Humanity, CAPH, and His Excellency, Professor Amidou, is joining us from Nigeria. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you for joining with us. Thank you for being here. It's an absolute honor to have you here with us. We also have Mr. Clemente Wafne, the founder, president of Global Compassion, a non-profit in Douala, Cameroon, affiliated with the United Religions Initiative, established in October 2012, facilitating ethical, cultural, spiritual, and religious cohabitation in Cameroon. And Mr. Clemente leads projects benefiting the indigenous, the Sancho community, and supports rural businesses, particularly those managed by women and the youth. He works with members from diverse backgrounds, Christian, Muslim, and indigenous backgrounds, to address community issues collaboratively. And we have Mr. Clement Awafne, who is joining us from Cameroon. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here. It's an absolute honor to have you with us in this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
And we have Ms. Jasmine Voiro, and she is the CEO of the Maori Tau Maori Ora Trust, the Maori indigenous tradition, breaking down barriers for the Wanao in emergency housing and experiencing homelessness through traditional Maori and holistic healing pathways. And she is joining us from New Zealand. Thank you so much, Ms. Voiro. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's an absolute honor to have you. And you're here representing the Maori tradition. It's a pleasure to have you here with us in the panel. Thank you. And we have Mr. Abduli Jallo, who is the leader for the Fula Indigenous Youth Community and the Bihilio Ward Youth, the chief lead of the Fula Indigenous Youth Community and youth leader of the Bihilio Ward, guiding and inspiring the next generation. He is the organizer of social and spiritual activities among citizens with a special focus on youth and women. He is an inspiring youth Islamic leader, providing spiritual guidance, fostering community unity through religious activities and teachings. And Mr. Abdul is joining us from the Gambia. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking your time. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to have you here with us in this panel. And we also have more guests that are joining with us. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And we also have Mr. Eliu Kamara, who is the principal and Islamic spiritual leader. He's a leader nurturing both social and spiritual well-being within our community and the younger generation. He's the principal of the Grandview Upper and Senior School, which oversees 216 students for both general academics and Islamic and Arabic studies. He's an influential leader of the Jamana community, crafting compelling local movies and dramas integrating spiritual values and peace. He is a dedicated teacher of financial and business management for the youth. And Mr. Kamara is joining us from the Gambia. Thank you so much, sir. It's an absolute honor to have you here. Thank you for taking your time and joining with us in this panel. And we also have with us Apostle Dr. Adengo H. Kamara. He is the founder and general overseer of the Jesus Evangelical Ministries International. He is the executive president of the Missions Forum International in Sierra Leone, a network of missions-minded pastors and church leaders from the Republic of Sierra Leone. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Adengo Kamara. Thank you, Dr. Kamara, for joining with us. It's an absolute honor to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much.
And thank you so much. We have, to all the viewers, our panelists are change makers. They are decision makers, opinion makers, who very proactively influence the life of thousands of people from various different cultures, various different religions, various different backgrounds. We have members who have joined with us representing various different faiths and traditions, various different indigenous communities, indigenous civilizations. Together, this panel aims to provide a platform for all of us human beings to come together, going beyond the boundaries of faiths and religions, and in fact, coming together as one global family in discussing how we can propel further the global peace further by implementing various principles that our respective faiths and religions stand by. This is a wonderful panel, and we are very, very excited to have the guests, the distinguished members of the panelists who have joined with us. We are eager, awaiting to hear your insights on various questions that we will be addressing today. And I would like to now announce the agenda and what we will be addressing today. What are the different topics and subjects that we will be covering today in our panel discussion? In our panel discussion today, we are going to be covering some of the most important aspects. First, we will be understanding about religion and the relevance of religion, unveiling the ultimate purpose of each religion. And once we cross that, we will be entering into fostering inclusivity, embracing diversity in peace-building efforts amidst the conflict zones that is happening. And after that, we will be covering the youth empowerment for peace, cultivating interfaith understanding and tolerance through education in conflict zones. And after that, we will be going towards the conclusion, one of the main purpose of this panel, which is partnering for peace, strengthening collaboration between governments, NGOs, religious communities, indigenous civilizations for conflict resolution and peace building. This interfaith panel aims to bring together leaders, members of various different traditions from around the world towards the aim of becoming partners for peace, where we strengthen collaboration between various different communities, various different countries, various different governments, various different civilizations to establish conflict resolution and peace building. And we also will be sharing a lot of gifts to all of you, all the members that have joined with us. It's an absolute honor once again. Thank you so much, each of you, for being who you are and doing what you are doing for the society. KAILASA has aims to bring forth this experience where we transcend the boundaries, we transcend the borders towards the collective aim of creating a planet that is a happy home, to build, to forge a future where we are going beyond the borders. We are seeing beyond the borders as countries and coming together as humanity at large. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the legal inheritor of 21 ancient Hindu kingdoms and the successor of multiple Sarvagnya Peethams, Paramashiva's the ultimate supreme godhead, Paramashiva, and which is called as the Sarvagnya Peetha, the all-knowing spiritual seat of infinite knowledge and seat for excellence. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked on the grassroots level, starting the revival of KAILASA, which represents the longest living civilization, the Hindu civilization. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a reigning monarch of more than 21 various different indigenous kingdoms of Hinduism. And from the young age of 3, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has dedicated his life towards the revival of KAILASA. And here, this gives a brief overview of the timeline of the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, starting from his very age of 3, as young as 3 years of age. And we once again are very excited to have all of you. And we will now be entering into the interfaith panel, into the interfaith conference, KAILASA's interfaith conference. And the first segment of it brings us to understanding religion and its relevance. The purpose of each religion, every religion, ultimately leads to one purpose, one principle that it embodies. Each religion has something unique to contribute to the humanity. It strengthens the roots of various different important pillars of what is needed for humanity to forge a peaceful future. So the first question that we have for all the distinguished panelists is to address the importance of religion and why and how it is relevant for today's world. And we would like to start with Mr. Sargon Thomas, if you could please go ahead and address this from your point of view. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so sorry, it's already.
Mr. Thomas, are you able to hear us, sir?
I can hear you now. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, it's a bit. Yeah, I have some technical problem now. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. And you know, I would like to say. Sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
You're audible.
Okay. All right. Yeah. If you can hear me, you know, well, so yeah, I just say thank you very much. I'm greeting everyone and I'm welcoming everyone, and I'm proud of being a part of this panel, discussing, you know, very important issue that human being faces all over the world, which is the problem of peace. So before I start to say anything about that, I would like to give a definition about the peace. So from emotional point of view, peace is a kind of, you know, having, let me say, an environment that, you know, has quietness and relaxation and those things. However, you know, what we are talking now about is about active peace or active peace building all over the world. So, you know, the world, you know, may live in humanity, in cooperation, in acceptance, in diversity, and in multiculturalism, and all that, you know, it could be, you know, achieved if we, you know, realize the actual background of, you know, peace being broken or peace being not achieved. So, for example, if you are talking now about what's happening in Middle East, the conflict in Israel between, let me say, the Israel government and Gaza, that, you know, so many people, you know, getting killed every day. So if you, you know, ask Palestinian, for them, peace is about having independent state. But at the same time, if you ask Israel, she may say, well, you know, peace without security does not work for us. So now we can realize from this point of view that peace related to security and related to independency. So at the end of the day, it's, you know, belong or related to the politics. So therefore, you know, we as organization, non-governmental organization, our role is to educate and cultivate, you know, people, especially, you know, today, our main focus on youth group, on youth community. So we have to praise the word. The word that we praise is, you know, acceptance. So, I mean, the word acceptance may be very simple if you try to get the meaning or the sense of this word from dictionary or from, you know, some kind of education. But acceptance, it's very hard, considering, you know, we have so many religions, so many cultural different views, so many political organizations, so many social organizations, which, you know, it's very hard to them to accept each other. But here in interfaith, what we are doing really is to press that in activity. So therefore, I'm interested in a peace that has results. Without results, it's probably just a kind of discussion or a kind of argument. But at the end of the day, we don't try to achieve any decision or any
Absolutely.
To reach. Yeah, thank you. So therefore, we have to reach the international peacemakers, let me say, or international decision maker, and we have to bring our view and our thinking or our thought to them, so so they can sit down somewhere and make the decision which will have positive impact on the people. So this is one of the problem that peace, let me say, faces. And at the same time, we have like moving or immigration and those things, and we see that people all over the world migrate from country to country for the reason probably persecution, for the reason sometimes economic. So because our world suffering now from poverty, so therefore some people have the right, and according to human rights convention, so every human being, every man on this earth has the right to to leave his place, to go somewhere else, to find better life and those things.
Very so
okay,
beautiful. Sorry, so you have so beautifully put it. Actually, I just wanted to highlight something very importantly that you said, which is that we need to be having that acceptance, which is beyond what we have even as a dictionary meaning. It's much more deeper, and we need to reach out to the right decision makers to make that impact. Actually, I just also wanted to add to it, in the KAILASA Constitution, the very first amendment of KAILASA Constitution is all the beings have the right to, like, not just human beings, like, because as you said this, I felt like this just highlights something that from my experience, what I have seen, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it as the constitution of KAILASA. The very first amendment states that all the beings, not just human beings, but every sentient being should be treated, having the right to be treating themselves and to be, for others to treat them and for them to treat others as divine, as the ultimate divine. So where we are not just as what we understand as equal, but even more than where we treat each other with respect, where we treat each other with dignity and treat each other with the divine rights. Absolutely. And thank you so much, sir. It was a very wonderful insight that you had shared. And next, I'd like to invite Imam Honorable Babakar Jain. We'd like to invite you to please share your insights on how you think the religion can be relevant, and religion and its relevance for global peace.
Yes, good evening, everyone on this platform. I will start with the Islamic greeting. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon everyone. I am a Muslim. Quran, is my guide. And the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he's my teacher and my role model. Who Allah has sent to mankind, to show us, what to do and how to do it, and who we are, why we are here, who brought us what he wants. And the rituals that we do, prayer, fasting, a vehicle, to purify us from the outside and take us to the inside. Because the human being, 90% of us, is not on the outside. 90% of us, we reside inside. Like the saying goes, we are spiritual beings having human experiences, not human beings having spiritual experiences. In a nutshell, I first of all have to applaud this initiative, because at the end of the day, it's a reality. All human beings are living on the face of this earth. We did not come here by chance. This was a divine act. So the big question is, why conflict? And obviously, you will have conflict around you, because conflict begins if each and every one of us are from homes. The conflict begins from your environment, your surrounding. Depending on the way you condition your thoughts and your emotions. Because the way you condition your thoughts and your emotions, these are the energies that you attract. And these energies condition the way you see things, and the way you see things will condition the way you do things, and the way you do things will bring the results that you have afterwards. So spirituality is something that I believe is the key. Depending on the way we see spirituality, the way the Hindus see spirituality is different from the way Muslims different. The Christians, they see spiritualists. I think they all, because you cannot deny, being spiritual, and you cannot deny, the existence of a supreme intelligence that is above everything, mankind, the heavens, the earth. So I believe that when human beings, make effort on discipline, what happened is they are made from the inside. We can make the world a better place. Today, all this conflict that we see around the world, it's just distortion, of perception, because people perceive things in a different way. And like the first speaker have mentioned, the typical example is what's happening in the Middle East. I believe that God didn't make a mistake by bringing all of us on the face of the earth and put us in different geographical locations and make us different colors, different skin and different colors. So it's deep, when it comes to world conflicts, and there's conflict everywhere. There's conflict in the house between husband and wife. There's conflict between siblings. There's conflict, between father and children, mother and children. Conflict between society. Conflict between faiths. One set of religious group having their own ideologies, putting the sect. So there's extremism in all corners of the world, politically, spiritually. And the only way that we can remedy this, I have this inspiration from, the Emperor of Kalinga. I read his story, that is Emperor Ashoka. He used to just get out there and massacre and take lands, until one time he did massacre a certain town, looking at all, children died, women, and so he felt bad. So he wanted to change his way of thinking. And now he created this thing called Brotherhood of Man, where Muslim, Christian, all of them come together, united on purpose, on one thing. How can we make the world a better place to coexist? Not to even harm an ant. That is crawling. It all comes to the way we see things, and perception is very important. That's why all religions have books that guide them. And what the book does, it conditions your thoughts, and your thoughts conditions your emotions. And these emotions and thoughts are guided by the way we discipline ourselves. Sitting down and meditating, tapping into the energies that are around us, that spiritual energy that Almighty God has released on the face of the earth for our spirits to get connected. Once you are at peace with yourself, you'll be at peace with mankind. But if we are disconnected, from our spirituality, we will be connected to the metaphysical world. And when we have connected to the metaphysical world, greed will creep in. And at the end of the day, it's just like fight or flight, my way or the highway. Your ideology is against my philosophy. So it's all about this, how to call it, pettiness that the world is going through, finger pointing, nitpicking, biting, or you are taller, or you are shorter, or you are bigger, you're thinner. So the whole world have gone confused in this little globe that's supposed to be paradise on earth. God didn't send us here to come and annihilate one another or to come and be conflicting to one another. Siblings cannot live together in one house. Husband and wife, you look at the divorce rate. So there is this kind of, how to call it, disaster that the world is going. You see, peace is not just the absence of war. Peace is not just the absence of war. You see, there is even, how to call it, war in the houses, in the absence of or absence of guns. We cannot be connected as human beings if we are not connected to the Supreme Being, that is the Supreme Spirituality. So I think.
Sorry, it was such a beautiful point that you had highlighted. It is very, very important, and it reminded me of even what Swamiji said. Even like you beautifully shared about how the belief in Islam is, and how you can use it. It is about going beyond the religions and actually understanding ultimately all of us are human beings. And it very beautifully reminded me of what Swamiji said. Even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully reveals that how collectively the goal of all human beings, not just human beings, all the beings on planet Earth, on the face of Earth, is they all seek for superconscious breakthrough. You may seek that through Buddhism, you may seek that through Islam, you may seek that through Christianity, you may seek that through Hinduism. But the goal and purpose of every individual being is to seek to experience that ultimate, what we call a superconscious breakthrough. And that is why Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, beautifully highlights that consciousness-centric lifestyle is no more a luxury. It is a survival need for all of us. It is time that we look beyond just thinking, oh, my religion, like you beautifully said. It's time that we go one step beyond thinking that, oh, it's my religion, my people, I am this, I am that. And to step up and to understand what is the goal that each religion conveys. And ultimately to live that consciousness-centric lifestyle, which is the first and the most important stepping stone for peace. That was very, very beautifully highlighted. Thank you so much, Imam. Thank you for that address.
You're welcome.
And thank you so much. And now we request Her Excellency, Ms. Palesa Kambule, to also share what do you feel as the relevance of religion? Like, what can religion do for the global peace? And how can religion, spirituality, contribute to global peace?
Good evening and good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for the invite to be part of this very interesting and very needed topic to be talked about, especially in what is happening around the world today. Sorry about that. I just want to give a little bit background of how does the kingdom work, the royal kingdom work. You see, when you say you are a royal house in a space, doesn't matter whether it's a city or it's in the rural areas, it's in the villages. What it basically means when you are there is that you are taking care of every living being, from the sky, from the rivers, the trees, every living thing. The royal house is the responsibility of taking care. You take care of every human being. Before religion came, we have got human beings. Now, once you are in the space of being a chief or queen or a king, you are the parent to everyone, including all kinds of religion that you are looking after. Now, as the royal house, we then learned, and growing up in the royal house, that I am responsible of making sure that every living being is well taken care of. And now it makes you to think beyond any kind of religion or belief, because your main goal is to take care of every creature that is living under the sun. It's like a sun, when it comes out in the morning, it doesn't choose if you are Hindu, if you are Christian, or you just, all of us, we know that when it's going to be morning, the sun is going to rise. And then when it's going to be cloudy, we all expect the rain. Now, being in that space, it has allowed, especially myself, to learn that there is a power that is above all the religion, and coming together and uniting and understanding that we are here in this earth for a purpose and a reason. And it's very much okay for everyone to be who they want and feel comfortable to be, and to follow any kind of religion that they feel that is suitable for them and it's working for them. A little bit, again, background. Unfortunately, growing in South Africa, being Swazi, after the borders were put in between, having the traditional religion, and then also with the Christian religion, putting them together and trying to make sense of it, it has been a huge struggle, not only for me, but I know for many, that even today, here in South Africa, now every church, everyone says we are going back to be spiritually traditional, not following the Christianity, all of that. Why? Because of that subconsciousness that you really want to cling, you want to connect spiritually somewhere where you'll feel that immediately I have arrived there, then I'm able, to look at another person as my brother, as my sister, not as an enemy, not as an object that you can fight and say, but my religion or what I believe in is better than yours. No, that is when you start to understand how God, how the Creator created us, because I believe every religion that is here on earth, every religion only wants the best, only wants peace, wants love. It teaches us about loving each other. It teaches us about all the human mind things that will end up, the person will do what is right to another person, to love their neighbors, to share with their neighbors. Everyone, the speakers that have spoken, they have made an example that we are all facing with the Middle East, with what is currently happening. But we have problems even if we don't have the physical war. In South Africa, everyone was happy that we got independence in 1994. But unfortunately, we got the independence or the freedom, but we never had the financial and economic freedom, which still today is making people to live under oppression and still feel that they still need that kind of freedom and breaking through so that they can also have peace. So this topic that we are discussing today, it's something that is very deep and very broad, and it's something that even worse when it includes all with the issues of religion, because now the only time a person really feels that I'm suffering, but there is somewhere where I need to connect. I need to connect immediately. If I can pray or if I can do some certain ritual or whatever, then I feel much better. So the world today really needs this kind of topics. More and more leaders coming, not only on this platform. We really appreciate what KAILASA have done. We are really happy that the organization of KAILASA is putting together all the leaders in the world in different spaces and say, come, let us talk. How best can we work together, hold each other's hand so that we can bring peace in our land? Because honestly, peace is really needed for everyone in different places, in different spaces. Currently in Johannesburg, in the city that I'm currently working in, we are about more than 6 million people with different cultures, different beliefs, a very diverse place that each and every day you learn. Some people, they look at others and they feel that these people, they don't deserve to be here. And sometimes we find it is African to African. And that shows of how much hatred we have grown to build inside of each other, that whenever we are looking at somebody else, we see an enemy. We don't see a human being that has got life, a beautiful life, and living in a very beautiful world. And we need to come together, join hands, and fight in a very positive way, as we are now speaking to the world that peace is what is needed. And yes, religion, it has played and contributed a lot in different cultures, in different places, in different spaces, so that it combines people, make people to come together to reach one goal. I thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. It was a very, very powerful point that you addressed, because it, as Hinduism has also faced more than 2,500 years of persecution, oppression. And this is not from any particular religion towards any other religion. It is not that. But unfortunately, there are people who become extremists or who radicalize the principles of their religion, forgetting the very core of what each religion stands for. And unfortunately, that group that deviates from the core of what each religion stands for, they tend to become radicals and they tend to become extremists, going and trying to declare supremacy over another religion. And Hinduism has itself been subject to 2,500 years of persecution, which is why the purpose of KAILASA as itself been found.
Actually, Your Excellency, we represent a big indigenous community, the world's oldest living civilization, which is Hinduism. And as you were mentioning, I just also wanted to add to it, because the colonizers, the aggressors, using westernization as a weapon under the pretext of modernization, have brainwashed, persecuted many of the local people, and using the local people to persecute the indigenous community. Like you were mentioning a very important point, which was to how in the place you're living right now, even the people of the same nation and same community are still having, conflicts with each other, even to their very religious identity. Even with, I'm sure each of the distinguished guests over here, distinguished speakers over here, from each of your backgrounds, you too would be having, I think, even Honorable Jeng also mentioned that. Mr. Jeng also mentioned something similar in the similar lines. And Mr. Thomas also had mentioned something in very similar lines about how it was very important for people to even have the acceptance. So I just wanted to highlight something over here because I have seen this. I'm actually even being subject to a persecution. Our whole community has been subject to a very severe persecution. Even to this day, we are being persecuted. And one of the worst things that we have faced is that the people who are supposed to be part of this very tradition, this very indigenous community, have been brainwashed by the colonials and the aggressors who brainwash them and make them believe that this religion itself is something against and turn them against and make them to persecute us. So I just wanted to highlight that. And I do resonate very well with you, to what you were beautifully highlighting and what each of the speakers also were very beautifully highlighting as to the importance of why religion and how all of us uniting together can bring forward the peace that all of us are striving for. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much for that beautiful insight of yours. Next, I'd like to invite upon Mr. Clement Awafne from Cameroon. So if you could please highlight on what you think about how religion and its relevance for bringing global peace. If you could please go ahead and share your insights.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I hope you are hearing me. Is it okay?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Absolutely. Okay. Yes, we can hear you very well.
Thank you, first of all, for the KAILASA team for welcoming me as a team guest for this Interfaith conference. And it's a very great topic, very interesting. I've been working since many years through my organization, locally and internationally, participating in many interfaith gatherings, conference, and seminar. The religions in these days are considered for some people like instrument to dominate, and also for others as kind of a tool for the supremacy, while the religions itself are not such, it's not dangerous. With the rising radicalization and extremism around the world, causing a lot of conflicts, which is sadly something happening in some part of the world. People think that they can like take the religions as argument to perpetrate some attacks and also some terror for their friends and below or other countries, which is not a right, because all of the religion from which the global, the golden rule I've read, all the religion promote peace and understanding and coexistence. It is very sad to know that some people at this time use religion as a weapon to attack others, while their religions in the sense and the faith are encouraging people to make love, to be unite, to see others as themselves, to be to coexist, to have harmony. I think the leaders of the religion around the world have to push a lot of effort, and also the policymakers have a lot of responsibilities to help the religions to spread the word, and also at the national level and also internationally, to give the religious leader that are heard from their followers and also the believers to make sure they communicate deeply and more wider to calm their believers, and also to canalize them in the right way to help them make sure they promote the religion's values and not using the religion in the bad way. Like maybe someone can claim that they will attack you just because they are protecting their religion, which is not the right thing. So the policymakers around the world has to, and also the United Nations, they has to put a lot of effort, I think, to make sure that the religions organize a lot of gatherings like this conference, and why not like bigger and also at the international level, to bring many people from different backgrounds to talk, to share, and to make sure that others are educated to use the religions with the right values they promote, which are peace, love, harmony, and coexistence. And also, I don't think there is a religion in the world that has in their books that you need to attack someone to be like a right believer. So people are just it's like when someone has his own political ambition, or someone being radicalized, it can badly use the religion's values in claiming they are doing something bad because of their religion, which is not true. So all of us, we have a lot of responsibility, all of us from different backgrounds, the policymaker, the religious leaders, and also the civil society to put a lot of effort, organize a lot of gathering like this, a lot of events to communicate wider, to make sure that people live in harmony and that they use the right values of their religion to live together with others and coexist peacefully. That is what I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Clemente. That was such a important point that you had actually highlighted, how the religion itself is being weaponized by some of the people with vested interests to fulfill whether their political ambitions or any of their vested interests. And that is being used, weaponized, and being used to keep us under control. Whereas the original intention of the religion, or what we are seeking for, is something completely different. We all are striving to have global peace, but because of some vested interests, aggressors, this whole thing is being turned against, and instead using it against peace and creating war and terrorism. I think that's a very important point that you had highlighted. And I also wanted to also just share one more thing regarding this, which is especially the indigenous traditions, right? Like we have been like very close to nature. We being nature worshippers. Everyone, like I'm sure each of us coming from various different backgrounds, each of us, even in our own ways, in Hinduism, we have a beautiful line, Ekam Sat Vipra Bahuda Vadanti. Meaning the goal is one, the path to achieve that goal is multiple. So you take multiple paths, but you achieve that, you are going towards that goal. And I as I'm hearing it from each of you, it's so profound to see how each of us are looking for that one thing, which is to experience that fulfillment, experience that peace, experience what we call in Sanatana Hindu Dharma as Shanti. So
Thank you so much for that wonderful sharing. And to all the viewers and listeners that are watching us, it's wonderful to see all of your continuous reactions in the comment section. We're seeing a lot of you sharing, a lot of you resonating with it. Like, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Clement. And all the viewers that are watching us, if you have some questions that you would like to ask to any of the distinguished members of the panel, you can post the questions and the distinguished members of the panel will take your questions and they will answer them as well. And to join with us next in the panel, we have Bishop Esther Baptist. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. Ms. Bishop Esther Baptist, thank you so much for joining with us. We'd like to have you share with us about how you think the religion, its relevance and importance in building faith.
Ms. Bishop Esther Baptist, thank you so much for joining with us. With religion, relevance and importance in building.
I do apologize. I've been having some problems with the internet, but I trust that I'll be able to make my contribution before anything else happens on that level. These are circumstances beyond our control. But the discussion has been an eye-opener in terms of hearing from the different speakers, presenters, different faiths, different countries. And of course, as we realize from all of the presentations that we're saying the same thing. And that is the beautiful picture here, because I think ultimately, if I could share from my perspective from the Christian faith, we understand that we were created, our original purpose as we understand it, and some people might understand it different, but we understand that we were created to rule the earth. We were created to be custodians of the earth realm that has been created by God for us to sustain. We have to replenish. And if we go back to our original mandate, even if we go back to that, even if you do not believe in Christianity or you do not believe in any other religion, right? And you go back to just taking care of the earth realm that belongs to us. It comes the same, like you have a house, you have property, you have possession, and you will want to maintain it. You will want to take care of it because it's an investment that you have made. Lots of money have been spent to get it. And so God has made an investment in the earth realm, and we have to guard the good deposit that God has invested to us. So it means that we have to do that created purpose, that we were created with a divine being making us custodians of the earth realm, which is a beautiful thing, a wonderful thing, because when he created it, it was beautiful, it was dynamic, it had peace, there was diversity, because we have to rule. There were so we have deviated, because for us to be able to rule, we have to have a mandate, we have to have a constitution. There is if you are a leader in any sphere, right, there is something that will guide. There is a document, there is protocols, there is rules, there is a constitution that will guide the proper use or the proper administration of that office. And so all of us as created beings, and of course all of us can agree that we are existing because there is a higher power. There is an entity beyond all of us. And as human beings, we are trying to attain that. And so if we go back to that original design that all of us created in the perfect way, God has designed us by his design. We are like him, we're in his image, in his likeness. So he's given us the best. He's equipped us with the best, right? He has equipped us with intelligence. He has equipped us with emotions. He has equipped us with the physical world that we live in, right? And our responsibility is to be a good sense. Then we will not be experiencing what we experience. But the sad reality is that we have deviated from that original mandate, and we struggle in different ways to attain that, right? Because of selfishness, because of lust, because of sin, because of people. And I'm not just talking as religious people, because religion comes afterwards. As someone was saying, our resolve to find that part, how we accomplish that goal, how we accomplish that purpose. And it is still a reality to be accomplished, because God has given us his best, and he has given us all the resource that we need to be able to accomplish that. How we do that is what we struggle with, because of greed, of our own selfishness, and of course because of sin, right? And so we have deviated, and we now struggle in our humanity to live peacefully, even outside of religion, outside of God. We can live in a civil world. We can be civil, right? We can learn to respect each other. We can learn to value each other, because together we are to take care of this earth realm. We are to subdue it. We are to replenish it. We are to rule. So that is our original mandate. And of course, if we do that in the truest sense of place, and so people like you and I who have this war and confusion and fighting and destruction, it's because some people are not seeing it at that level. And so I think someone said something to the effect that, you know, evil continues when good men refuse to act. I'm just paraphrasing that phrase. But we have to do what we can in our humanity to be civil, to love God, and to love our neighbor as ourselves. It is our created order. That's why God created us and given us that mandate. And so however we achieve that, God has given us diversity in which we can achieve that, right? And so the common factor is, this is our purpose. This is our mandate. The common factor is that we have to take care of it, right? And so we must work collaboratively. We must work in a symbiotic relationship, so we can
Absolutely. And also, Miss Esther, like what you highlighted is a very, very important point. This reminds me of how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also tells something very similar to what you were sharing. We have discussed these lofty ideals, and all of our religions, each faith talks the same goal. And it is time that we start being the real change that we want to see. It is time that all of us start coming together, that these lofty ideals, goals, policies should not just be in the books. It should come to the real decision-making tables. And all of us need to come together, and we need to be the real change that we want to see. And that was a very, very beautiful factor that you highlighted. Actually, like you said, every one of us in this panel are actually talking the same lines in different languages. And also, what as I keep listening, I also keep saying that in each thing that everyone shares, I keep resonating with it, because many of these resonate with the very principles that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has guided us with, has been guiding us, and what we as KAILASA, as part of KAILASA, are living. So everything, especially I think Honorable Jeng, you had mentioned about how we are all not human beings. We are spiritual beings with a human experience. This is actually one of the lines that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had mentioned in his book from the early 2000s. He had written in his book where he says, and he keeps reminding us, like, look, you're divine, and you're not a human being as you think, but you are a divine being with a human experience. So I keep seeing in each person's sharing, and including what Bishop Esther Baptist had shared, like each of your sharing keeps reminding me, and like I resonate with it a lot, because
it shows how connected we are more and more. And this is also leading us to our next panelist. Yes, we'd like to welcome next Ms. Jasmine Vairo. If you could please come on to highlight how you think the religion and its relevance for bringing global peace.
Kia ora e te ao. Firstly, thank you to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for creating this opportunity for us all to share space about this very important topic. And I'd just like to thank all the beautiful panelists that I'm sitting alongside of. The kōrero, the conversation so far has been it has aligned very much with what with our thinking. I did hear some beautiful highlights or some beautiful comments around acceptance, and I think that is key. First and foremost, we know that there's a huge history of colonization that we have all experienced across the world. But I think the biggest tool that they used to create divide was our differences. So in order for us to create unity once more in the world, we need to do exactly what we're doing here and in our own interfaith spaces around the world. And that's to accept that we are all, though we see things in a different light, I may refer to God or Atua as a different name, but I guess we all see the same image. We all aspire to uphold his image or her image. One of the important things for me is traditional practices and traditional beliefs and traditional faith systems. So I'm not too sure if I can speak on religion in this context, but I can speak of faith. And faith is very much needed to heal our world. Faith and a higher belief in something beyond us is the most important thing, I believe, because we are both a physical presence and we are also a spiritual presence. So if we are only sitting in the physical presence, then we have no connection to anything higher than what exists here physically. Yeah, I think when I look at the work that we do and the people that we work with, so we work with a lot of disadvantaged people who society has basically said, there's no hope for you, you're too damaged, please find something else. I'm finding that the last resort is spirituality, is to connect or reconnect to that spiritual side of us that has more meaning than just what we can see around us. Yeah, I believe that more than religion, faith is what is needed. Spirituality is what is needed in order to create unity across the globe. In that, within our small interfaith space that we are developing here in Rotorua, New Zealand, we have noticed that when we sit at a table, we're not talking about our religions or our experiences or how we view the world. We're talking about the important topic that is in front of us, which at the moment is youth experiencing depression. So I believe that through our different faiths, we can create opportunity for people to heal and for people to connect to something higher than just themselves, or the physical world around them. Yeah, I hope that's enough. Sorry, I don't have much more to say on the topic, but I
No,
support
thank you so much.
everything that
Yeah,
everyone has spoken about this morning.
Very important point, actually, because I remember, like, even for each of us, the colonization, the Western aggressors who become, who, who forget the essence of what each of our faith is standing for, and start becoming, they start radicalizing those ideas, and they start trying to force that on everyone. This impacts the indigenous communities, the people who are actually practicing the indigenous tradition. The Western aggressors start to brainwash them to start hating their own tradition. And then they themselves start going and destroying their indigenous culture. And that is what we are seeing with the youth that is happening right now. Even like talking about myself, I met the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of 12. But before that, even I used to be ashamed of wearing my Hindu symbols. I still remember I would try to rub off my bindi, or I would try to rub off the Hindu symbols because I thought it was not very cool. But it is only when I met the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and when I understood what each of our religion stands for, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the great principles that we stand for, when I understood about who I am, the very identity that I carried about myself as a Hindu changed. And that is when I realized, oh my God, what a great science. Like Swamiji tells very beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tells beautifully that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is not a religion. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the greater science of life. When we say religion, we try to box it, we try to add some definitions and notions and frames to it. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully tells, Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the longest living civilization, is simply the greater lifestyle to give best of what we have to the humanity. That's all we stand for. And when I learned about it, today here I am. And I'm so proud to be a Hindu. I'm so proud to be part of KAILASA. And I feel so blessed to be a princess of KAILASA, and what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has empowered me with. And when you were sharing, right, Ms. Jasmine, it reminds me of how important it is for the youths to wake up to understanding the relevance of our faith. And that brings me to the next question that I have to all of you, all the panelists. Thank you so much for your beautiful insights so far. And I would like to bring in here about the importance of, like, how can we make youth, inspire the youth to become an active part? How we can empower youth for cultivating global peace by cultivating interfaith understanding and tolerance through the right education, especially in the conflict zones. And so for this, we welcome the leader for Fula Indigenous Youth Community, Mr. Abduli Jallo. Thank you so much for joining us in this panel. And we would like to request you if you could share your insight into this. What do you feel as the importance of, like, what is the relevance of religion for youth? And why is it important? And how can we have more and more youth understand the relevance that it has?
Thank you very much. I am really appreciate about being part of this group. It's a very good thing. This platform have already shown the differences we have. We all come from different countries, different religions, different cultures, but as you see, we all understanding each other and understanding need for being together as one. Yeah, the cultural, if you look at the world, before this Islamic religions, Christian, Hinduism, we were having our own local and traditional beliefs. As I am a Muslim, for example, in the Gambia, 95% are Muslim. But before Islam, we were having our cultural and religious. And we were having peace within ourselves. But what I realized, the youth is sometimes the lack of education that cause other people to be violent in their own areas. Because education is number one. And Islam is a Muslim and he also preaches peace, I believe. And all religions also preaches peace. So why are we having problems or crisis in the world, especially the young generation? Is that we sometimes tend to forget about our Islamic or Christian or our religious preaches. Because as I can see, all religious preaches peace. So why are we having conflicts within ourselves? That's a big question I want to ask. Yeah, because we need to educate itself that this world needs peace in order for us to be in a peaceful world. I have to make researches that all these crises that happen in this world are caused by political interests or religious interests, because the concept that we don't understand is we should all understand that we are created to be equal. The differences that we brought between ourselves, this is what brings the confusion within us. All human beings are equal, irrespective of your religion, your ethnic. I believe we are all equal. So to avoid crises and conflicts in this world, is the young generation needs to understand we should accept each other, understand that no matter what happens, we must have different views on issues, politically, religious, and even our cultures. In the Gambia, we have almost 10 to 15 ethnic groups. But all those ethnic groups have their different ways of cultures. But we all understand and embrace each other during our cultures. And we understand that there are different types of cultures. So being together and understanding each other is part of solving the crisis in this world. We are different religions. That doesn't mean we are different. The religious teaches different things, but in the area of peacefulness, all religious preach people to be the same, to have peaceful, in order to live in a better world. Under the youth we have this generation, we tend to forget what we inherited from our grandparents, because the world crisis nowadays have changed to different dimension because of politics and misconception. As a Muslim, we even have different type of Muslims. But the moment you have concept that what you have is the best and what others have is not good, then you will never have good relationship among yourself. The useful ways of bringing everybody together, it's always try to understand each other, embrace each other, accept each other, and work towards the development of the world. Hinduism, I heard of it, but I have read a lot about it. I read a lot about Christians, but we are all saying the same thing about peacefulness, accepting each other, understand each other. These things, what forms a good world. Without peace, there's nothing going to be positive in this world. And we, the youth, have to farm strong and work towards all of this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for highlighting that, Mr. Jalal. Thank you so much for highlighting that beautifully, because I too want to add to what you were saying, because as you said, as youth, the next generation, we need to be taking up the responsibility for this, and peace is a fundamental need. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always highlights how, like as you were sharing, how you have read Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Hinduism. Like we have in Hinduism about how the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma starts with peace. The very first Upanishad. Upanishad is like the source scriptures. And the very source scripture starts with the Shanti mantra. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Where every tradition, every religion, every intention that all of us have, everything that we do is all based on peace. And this peace is not something like what we understand as a silent peace or silence and, dead peace, but vibrant, alive,